take myself off of mute. What's up, everybody? I'm Ivan Vargas. Welcome back to the Barely Pregame Show. Another week in the NFL. 2 more weeks to go, to be exact. The Bears are facing off against the New York Football Giants here at Soldier Field. It's an opportunity for the Bears to win, that's for sure. Another bad team coming in. We saw a Seattle team that pretty much had our number majority of the game last week, coming with us going into Seattle in that snowstorm. Bears finding a way to come up with a victory. But you got a Giants team it doesn't have a Russell Wilson on it. It doesn't have a DK Metcalf on it. You could question whether it has a superstar on it or not, although you have a young rookie edge rusher in Azeez Ojulari, who's looking pretty decent as far as his positioning is concerned and what he does. But as far as a team is concerned, the New York Giants are not very good. Before we get started, like, share, and subscribe to Sports Zone Chicago on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Make sure you go ahead and check out my page as well at Ivan Vargas. Just go ahead and search that in the YouTube search button or in the YouTube search bar. Let's go ahead and get started. Today it's going to be an Andy Dalton day. Andy Dalton's going to be the starting quarterback while Justin Fields continues to, I guess, nurse his injury, or shall I say, I think it's more or less the Bears front office not allowing them to take liberties with Justin Fields. I think they're not going to leave it up to Justin anymore. I think it's up to outside sources, I guess, in order to explain it like that. I guess it's going to be the front office, I guess, taking control of what Matt Nagy's going to be doing, because I think Matt Nagy's going to be fired. I don't think Matt Nagy has any real control anymore. I think he has control of the play calling on the football field, but that's about it. I think Justin was able to play with broken ribs a couple weeks ago. Well, not broken ribs, cracked ribs a couple weeks ago. And now it's kind of up in the air whether he'll play, even though last week they were more or less saying that he was going to be good to go this week. Well, he's not good to go this week. Apparently, they're going to go ahead and start Andy Dalton, which I'm not mad at. Bears fans shouldn't be mad at. Bears fans should be mad at how this season has played out and how the Bears are being managed. That's who they should be mad at. Andy Dalton hasn't done anything wrong. Nick Foles hasn't done anything wrong. It's how your team has been run. It's how your team has been coached, how your team has been managed. That's what you should be mad at, not the quarterback. So Andy Dalton will be the starter today. And like I mentioned, you're 2 weeks out. You have this week and then you have next week, and then it's over. A lot of people are playing for paycheck, playing for their paycheck. A lot of guys are playing for their tape. And by that, I mean, they're playing for maybe a job somewhere else next season, or, just in order to get good tape on there so people could, hey, take a look at you. Maybe, the younger guys or the veteran guys that are on 1-year contracts. Andy Dalton is one of those guys. So expect Andy Dalton to play well today. I feel like Andy Dalton's going to go there like he has been all year, like a man on fire whenever he gets to start. Andy hasn't made anybody, or he hasn't made me at least, hate him. I feel like Andy Dalton is going to come in here today, is going to do a good job against a really bad team, probably light it up. To be honest with you, I think the Bears are going to beat the Giants. I think the Bears might beat the Giants handily if they play their cards right. I think the Bears could beat the Giants pretty badly here today. Now, like I said, you have Andy Dalton starting, but looking at what Nick did last week, you're not going to have a snowstorm. It's kind of cold out there, but I'm sure they have the snow off the field at Soldier Field. You're going to deal with that nasty ass Soldier Field turf though, and that might be a problem. I want to stick to the running game because these two teams aren't good at stopping the run. The New York Giants are, I believe. Hold on, I lost that stat. Well, they're both at the bottom half of the league in stopping the run. So I feel like both teams could take advantage. Saquon Barkley, I think he was questionable, but I think he's going to be starting. I'm not sure. Could be a game time decision. You have David Montgomery. You have Khalil Herbert. Both running backs did fantastic last week. The blocking was a little bit better in the second half last week for the Chicago Bears. They were able to get some big chunk runs later in the game. I expect the Bears to try to do the same thing here and take advantage of the play action with Andy Dalton at quarterback. And, looking at how this team has been playing, right? You're playing for now. You've been eliminated. You've been playing somewhat motivated football. I feel like what Jalen Johnson said wasn't a lie that there's guys that are playing hard and then there's guys that are pretty much packing it in. I feel like there was a split a couple weeks ago. Maybe you won a couple guys over. Maybe a couple other guys are playing harder now, but it's not a complete team. The team doesn't like top to bottom to me. It has some pieces, but it never seems whole, especially this year. You have you have a running back that's could do it all. You have a wide receiver that's trying to make a name for himself in Darnell Mooney. I feel like Darnell Mooney is a guy he's going to be a really good player. I thought he was going to be a number one. I don't think that's the case. A really good, maybe a really good number two. I mean, he has chemistry in this with Justin Fields in this offense, in this very, very bad offense. But he has chemistry with Justin Fields. You got guys that are willing to work hard to be great on this football team. And I just feel like, with just a little bit of change, maybe a couple of things would have been different this year. Maybe you find yourselves with a couple more wins, which I feel like you should have. You have another guy in Cole Kmet. You got a young core. You got the outline of something that could be good. You just don't have somebody that can operate it correctly. Looking at the New York Giants, they're pretty much in the same boat. The only good thing that's going for the Giants is that they have the Bears. They have two top 10 picks, one of which is from the Chicago Bears for that number 11 pick this past year. That was Justin Fields' pick. So hey, I ain't mad at it. But you have an opportunity here to maybe win a game and take them out of the top 10 with that second pick, depending on what a couple other teams do around the league, if they win or if a couple other teams lose. You have an opportunity to do that. At least you can to take a shot at the New York Giants, get them outside of the top 10. I mean, the Giants, they still have two really good draft pick position-wise. They have really good draft picks. Depending on what they do with it, I know a couple of Giants fans that have been upset with how they've been using their draft picks in recent years. I think offensive line for the New York Giants is a must. You have to focus on that offensive line. They have been riddled with injuries as well. You're going to see an old face today. You're going to see old turkey neck Mike Glennon at quarterback because Daniel Jones is out. Daniel Jones has been injured. You have a lot of turnover going on in New York, left and right, week after week. Nothing has been cohesive. Like I said, it's similar to the Chicago Bears. You're looking at a quarterback position that you still don't know what you have in Daniel Jones. You know damn well you're not living with Mike Glennon going into next season. I mean, maybe it's a backup, maybe. But you're not going to live with Mike Glennon being the starter. You don't know what you have in Daniel Jones. A lot of questions going on in New York as well. It reminds me of here. Like a lot of teams that have – there's some similar teams. Seattle has some similarities to Chicago. New York has a lot more than I thought. And remember, they fired their offensive coordinator, Jason Garrett, earlier in the season. So they've had issues. They signed Kenny Galladay. That's been a bust so far as a free agent signing. And granted, he also vented some frustration earlier in the season. There was some issues with him getting touches. I mean, you're coming to a new team. I get it. You're supposed to be the guy, but you're supposed to also gain chemistry with your quarterback. I don't think that ever happened between Kenny Galladay and Daniel Jones, or I mean, hell, any of the quarterbacks. I know he did have a game where he kind of broke out right after he had mentioned that, but it hasn't been a big season for Kenny Galladay. He got a big contract. Maybe you could point to that being the case, but he hasn't really stepped up so far this season. The Giants, like I said, riddled with injuries, struggling on the defensive side, struggling on the offensive side. I mean, I would praise Saquon Barkley and also Evan Ingram is a threat. Evan Ingram is a threat if he could stay healthy and on the football field. But I could say the same for Saquon Barkley. And I want to praise both of them, but like I said, it's just you haven't seen enough to give them the full inspection, right? You just haven't seen enough to make a accurate decision about what this Giants team is. I think you're just going to have to. Do you scrap Joe Judge? I don't know. Is Joe Judge a good coach? To me, some Giants fans might think not. I'm not involved deeply in what Giants activities are, but to me, it looks like we have a Matt Nagy situation on our hands in New York, right? but with a expatriate uh, uh, coaching staff in Joe Judge, one expatriate coach in Joe Judge. Those Belichick coaching hires never really panned out, except for I'll give Brian Flores some praise on Miami. Miami going from what was it 1-6 to now 7-7, 8-7, I think now. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm not wrong there. But Brian Flores getting Miami to turn around, and a lot of that has to, I mean, you were real close, but a lot of that, when you're losing, when you're on a 1-6 team in the middle of the season, it's a very fine line to go from going, hey, we stepped up, even though we took it on the chin this first half of the season, and we're able to string some wins together. And let's see, our destiny's in our hands from here on out. We just have to win. To, you know what, we're not that good of a team. Guys have quit. Guys are quitting on the coach. Like it's a fine line to hold a team, a locker room of men together. And to be honest, Brian Flores has done a hell of a job doing that. He has Miami threatening. Oh, there it was. I just passed it up. Miami is 8-7. 8-7. They face Tennessee today at noon. Tennessee 10-7 or 10-5, excuse me. So the Miami Dolphins stuff. So there is one guy that's doing an okay job right now. I know it's kind of you kind of want to see the Dolphins take off quickly. You don't want to see a 1-6 start, but you have to give Brian Flores credit with that. Now, going back to Joe Judge, he hasn't been Brian Flores. There hasn't been a quick turnaround or any type of a silver lining to where you could say, oh, I could point my finger to that one play or that one game where the Giants are going to go ahead and make a change for the better. What's up, HD? I just put not sitting here jump set. It's disgusting. But yeah, there hasn't been that game for New York. There hasn't been any type of inkling that they're going to go ahead and correct anything anytime soon. And it sounds like the Chicago Bears. It really does. It sounds like the Bears, in my opinion. Now, going into this game, focusing on this game, let's get back to the Bears. 2 more weeks left. You got the Giants, and then you have the Minnesota Vikings. I would like to see 2 Bears wins, to be honest with you. I would like to see 2 Bears wins. To me, it seems like they've already made their decision on the head coach, and I don't think he'll be here next season. It doesn't seem to me like they're going to get rid of the GM. It just doesn't. Like, now that, you're another week in, you're starting to hear all these rumors again. But to me, it just seems like they're willing to go ahead and sit Justin Fields now, and I feel like that was the decision made from above. You're willing to sit Justin Fields, and now Andy's the starter again. You're going to go into this game. Like I said, you have an opportunity to beat a bad New York Giants team. Even though you're bad yourself, you were able to find a way to win last week. Watch next week. You're going to see a Bears team trying to go for it, trying to be the Grinch in a Minnesota Vikings season, unless they're out of it already. I think the Vikings, if the Vikings win tonight, they'll definitely be in it. The Vikings take on the Packers tonight on Sunday Night Football. So that's going to be huge going into next week. So like going back to the Bears, obviously they're out of it, but I could see them trying to win. I could see them trying to win because the coach is gone. The coach is going to want to win. The coach is going to want to, like I'd mentioned before, put his best games on tape. Hopefully he finds another job somewhere. And I think the best case scenario for Matt Nagy is to maybe go find a job. If you don't find a coordinator job in the NFL, maybe go ahead and find a job in college. Be a head coach college-wise. I feel like Matt Nagy might be able to rebuild his image and rebuild a resume in college. I just don't think in the NFL is his best bet right away. I think maybe going to college, maybe taking a head coaching job there, running it in college, and then maybe getting another shot at the NFL later on. I don't know, but to me, it seems like they've made up their minds. It seems like whoever's on the football field is who you have. We're not going to go ahead and risk, we're not going to go ahead and risk Justin Fields if the Vikings blow you out, or hell, if the Giants find a way to take a big lead on you. You might see other guys getting pulled. Like I just don't think the Bears are willing to go ahead and risk their future anymore. I just don't think that they care about these 2 wins. I think Matt Nagy and his coaching staff care about the wins. I think he's talked the players enough. Obviously you got to keep them together. I think he's talked it up to the players. Obviously, you want to win as a player. You're a competitor. You don't want to go out there and lay down like a dog. You want to fight. I just think that that's what's going to happen. The organization doesn't care about whether they win or lose these next 2 games. They just care about moving on to next season. And I think Matt Nagy's the only one that does care about winning these last 2 games. I think the Bears are going to go after it. It's not going to be with the Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields is now being protected by the front office. I really do. I think I don't not only the front office. I think it's Ryan Pace specifically, because I don't think Ryan Pace is going anywhere. I really don't think Ryan Pace is going anywhere. I want it to be both of them, but the more you think about it, and then you get into then like I had mentioned just right now, it all points to the Bears caring about getting somebody in here right away, right after Matt Nagy, and they're going to keep Ryan Pace for a few more years. They're going to let Ryan Pace go ahead and pick another head coach and see if he could get it right, because there is talent on the football field. I get they're a package, but there is talent on this football field, and talent can only take you so far. Coaching can take you to another level, right? Decision making, as far as your coordinators, as far as the offensive play calling is concerned, the defense, that could take you to another level, because coaches could put you in a spot where you could succeed, right? Coaches could find a way to get you open, free you up. Yeah, even on the O-line, they just need to add more. But the O-line, right? But you're right, the O-line has been very underwhelming. But a coach can do that. A coach can take this team, and like I pointed to time and time again with the Chicago Bears, you've seen the games that they've played so far this season. How many times that we're going into the game like, oh, the Bears are going to go ahead and just lay an egg? Typically, they eventually do, but there's a lot of games in here where, man, the Bears were in that game. Cleveland, we mentioned, even though they lost 26-6, that game was 13-6 for the longest before the Bears let it go. You talk about the first Packers game, even. The Bears had an opportunity. Tampa Bay, that was a wash. They just got their asses whooped. The Niners game, you had the lead. The Steelers game. The Ravens, you lost by 3 points. Arizona, even. If you don't give up 3 touchdowns to start the game, you were handling Arizona up and down the field. You were able to move the ball on the Arizona Cardinals when they were on their somewhat hot streak. They kind of cooled down, as of late, but Arizona was still hot back then. Their defense was still really good. Their defense is still really good, but you were able to move the ball on that team. Green Bay, you had a lead in Green Bay. I could go on and on and on. Minnesota, hell, I thought we were going to see the same thing again in Seattle, but by some miracle, the Bears were able to find a way to win. But they're able to be in ball games. They're just taken out of it. There's opportunities on the football field to extend drives, to score points, and it just seems to me like your coach and the decision-making on the sideline prevents you from doing it. It is what it is. They talked about the totality of what they've done here in the past 4 or 5 years. It's just been underwhelming. Like settling for 8-8, being happy with 8-8 and just barely making the playoffs. I thought we were beyond that when we hired Nagy. Apparently we're not. I need a team. I need a head coach who's going to be able to not only do the best thing for his play, but be able to sacrifice his ego in order to find a way to win with the players he has. I need a coach like that. I don't know where you're going to find them. I like Todd Bowles. Like there's names. Like I said, I'm going to create the Hansel Awards for the hottest coach right now, because I don't know which one it is. Is it going to be Todd Bowles? Is a name that's going to be being chirped around town all week? Is it going to be Jim Harbaugh? Who's it going to be in the next couple weeks. And I'm pretty sure you're just going to start hearing name after name after name. And I'm just going to go ahead and sit back and just really, really think before I start giving I like Jim Harbaugh. I like Todd Bowles. You just really have to whoever you decide, find out who he's going to put around him in order to make this team better, because he can only do, the head coach can only do so much as well, right? He could do a whole hell of a lot, but his coaching staff around him should be an extension of the head coach. It should be guys that are on the same page with your head coach. That's who it should be. So for me, I just, whoever you get, make sure he commands the respect of not only the locker room, but the front office. And apparently you have to go ahead and command the respect of the accountants as well. So you're going to have to go ahead and find a guy like that, guy with some guts. He could, look, man, you don't have to go ahead and get, put the Wolverine in as a coach, or, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to bite any kneecaps in a press conference. But when it comes to football on the field, your team should be fighting for you in and out. Your team should be putting up points. Your team should be doing the little things that we see this Bears team not doing and falling short of victories time and time again. Guys, let me go ahead and get to my keys to the game. Actually, let me go ahead and show you guys the injuries today. JP Holtz, the personal issue, he's doubtful. Keem Hicks on COVID. Duke Shelley, questionable. Justin Fields, questionable, even though I think Justin Fields might not suit up. Jason Peters, questionable. Eddie Goldman, questionable as well. And for the Giants, you have John Ross. He's out. You have Colin Johnson with the hamstring out. Kadarius Toney, shoulder out. Billy Price, he had a personal issue, so I guess he's doubtful. Adoree Jackson will be questionable. And Austin Johnson, he's questionable with a foot. All right, now my keys to the game, or to a victory here today. Number one, protect the football. Against a bad football team, you don't want to continue to give them any more opportunities than they deserve. Protect the football. Don't give Turkey Neck an opportunity to get lucky. Don't give him an opportunity to go ahead and try to throw up a one-on-one ball, 50-50 ball to one of his receivers and draw a penalty that takes him into the 5-yard line. Right? You don't want to do that. Protect the football at all costs today, and I think you'll find you'll find that the Giants are going to struggle without having the ball in their hands. Running the ball, run at the edges. Right? You have Azeez Ojulari, good rookie outside linebacker. Run downhill at his ass. See if he could play with a tackle mauling him down. Horizontal, vertical, laterally. Laterally across the field while you're trying to get the edge. I feel like attacking the edges today and using that play action with Andy Dalton is going to be a huge factor in this Bears offense. Not only putting up gaining yards and putting up points. It as the running game goes, and we say it so much, as the running game goes, this offense goes, weirdly enough. I just run, and then use Andy Dalton as a veteran. Like Andy Dalton, I would trust. Andy Dalton, I could trust in a game like this. You're not playing world beaters. You're not playing a good team whatsoever. Use the run, and then let Andy Dalton air it out a little bit. I think you taking some shots today in the middle of the field might be what the doctor ordered. I think the Bears might be able to take advantage of that. And then finally, as far as the defense is concerned, don't give up the big play on third down. Too many times this year, the Bears get to third down, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 6, and they just can't get off the football field because they allow either a breakdown in coverage or the inability to bring down a running back. You have to be able to get off the field on third down. It pretty much ties in to me to the protect the football in the first key to a Bears victory today. You have to be able to get off the field on third down as a defense. Sean Desai's defense, do I trust it? I could trust it with a lead. The Bears just don't have a lead. The Bears rarely have a big enough lead to where you could go ahead and say, all right, let the defense just play. If they go ahead and get some chunk yardage, whatever. It's usually, we're in a close game. The defense finds a way to get off the football field. Yeah. But then all of a sudden you're giving up a big play like you did to the tight end Everett last week in Seattle. You're having these mental lapses on the not only on the coverage side, but sometimes on your pass rush side as well. So you have to be able to understand what you're doing as far as your job. Do your job. Focus on your job. There was another play where Duke Shelley took off, and I was pissed about it because he took off last week on a play action, Russell rolling out to his right. Duke Shelley just beelines across the middle of the field. He was halfway across the field when he realized the running back never had the football, and he's giving up a big play over the top. And it was actually Kendall Vildor's guy, but Kendall Vildor panics and goes ahead and takes the man in the flat, which he wasn't supposed to, because do your job. You wouldn't be giving up a touchdown. You would be giving up a big play, but at least you would keep him outside of the end zone. All right, those are the keys to the game. I'm going to go ahead and give you my pick. I'm going to pick the Chicago Bears in this one. I feel like the Bears might find some big success on offense today. They should have some type of motivation. Like I said, there's going to be guys not on this team. There's going to be guys needing to sign another contract next season. You're going to get some motivation out of a lot of these guys. I think they have an opportunity to win here. I'm going to go Bears 27, New York Giants 14. I think that's the biggest point differential I've given all year. I think the Giants could, I think the Bears could take advantage of their ground game. They have two running backs that could really get after it, that could really take off. If they could block it up well, if they could go ahead and be aggressive at the point of attack, Sam Mustipher, if you could keep your leverage, I feel like the Bears could gash up the middle of that defense and then find something over the top in the passing game off the play action. 27-14 Bears with the victory. All right, guys, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to keep the live going. I'm actually going to show you 20-something minute or 25 minutes of Sean and Maya in the morning. It was a clip with me and Sean talking about Chicago Bears football. So you'll get a bonus 20 minutes of Sean and Maya in the morning, another clip here in a second right after the commercial break. So stay here, and then right after that, I'll just be going live with Barely Live, giving you the live play-by-play and breakdown during the game. So quick break, then you're going to see Sean and Maya in the morning with me and Sean breaking down this this Bears game. There it is. Yeah, this week's Bears game. And then you're going to see me pop back up for Barely Live, giving you the live play-by-play and analysis. All right, quick break, guys. I'll be right back.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting, where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all four major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
You need to shop Kohl's right now. I mean, they have so many deals. I got 60% off holiday decor, so I'm set for next year. Fleece for under $20 and 60% off bedding. Even better, I used the Kohl's cash I earned from my holiday shopping and got it all in less than an hour with free store pickup. Who's ready to ring in the savings? Select styles ends December 31st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So
a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Welcome back to Sean and Maya in the morning on Sports Zone Chicago on this beautiful. It's going to be 35-degree day? Yeah, 35-degree day, hump day here in the so you know what's funny, Ivan? Yesterday it was made official. So I've been out in the burbs for a year plus, 2 years, I know. And I officially had to change my driver's license yesterday with my new address.
Oh yeah, you from the suburbs now?
No, I'm not from the burbs now. I'm in the burbs now. I'm a city kid through and through. Let's not get it twisted. I've jumped garages. I used to jump garages, hop fences with one quick, fast, in a hurry. Got chased by the cops.
You Sean from Oak Lawn now. That's your Sean from Oak Lawn now.
You're an idiot. Hey, if I wasn't on F you. Sean from Oak Lawn. You son of a bitch. You know what? You're an ass because you know what? Junior and all these other people are going to call me Sean from Oak Lawn. Great. Now I just got a new name that I'm not going to get rid of. Oh, great. Sean from Oak Lawn. But it was a sad moment for me yesterday, man. It was sad. You know, my entire life, my address has been in a big city. All right. I grew up born and bred in Chicago. Then I went to Worcester, which is the second largest city in New England after Boston. All right. Then I was in Bologna. All right. In Italy. Then I lived in New York, the largest city in, oh, you're a jag bag. You see, Junior's. You started something, you son of a biscuit. Then I lived in New York for 2 years, right? Then I'm back in Chicago. So I've lived in big cities, you know what I mean? And I've always had a big city address on my driver's license. And so I went there yesterday and I had it because my license is expired this year on my birthday. But due to COVID and the closings of, a lot of the buildings, state and federal buildings, I had until the end of the year, the end of the year, Saturday. And so I'm like, let me do this week. So I go there. First of all, you got to make an appointment. So I made an appointment. I had to go to Joliet because there was none here in Bridgeview, right down Harlem. There were no appointments necessary, which I think is bullshit. But so I get there, and dude, there's like nobody in there. There's like maybe 10 people. I say maybe 15 people max, but closer to 10 people in the DMV. Dude, I've been to DMV a few times in my life. Okay. I have never ever seen a DV that barren. I thought it was a tumbleweed rolling by the seats. It was just, it was so slow. And as far as people wise, I was in and out of that sucker in a heartbeat. It came in, I was like, I gotta get an ID, a new driver's license. Apparently I didn't have my birth certificate, so I couldn't get a real ID. I'm like, all right, so I got to go back and get the new real ID so I can travel, for next year? No, 23 is when you need them. By 2023, you need, or a passport. Oh, great. You know what? You're an ass, Ivan. I just got a text on my watch from Junior's kid Mondo. He's like, Oaklawn Sean.
Yeah, you can go both easy, vice versa. It works. You can flip flop it.
Oaklawn Sean from Oaklawn.
It's stuck.
God damn you, creative people. So I get there, and it was, they asked, same address, and I was gonna say yes, because my address is still, my mail is still forwarded from my old address. I wanted to say yes, and I was like, no, it's not. And then I had the change of address form that, from the post office to show the old address to the new address. And so I got my temp. I got my temporary driver's license, the paper one that you get when the paper driver's license that you get when you they don't give you the real license anymore like they did back in the day. They mail it to you, to that address. So I should get in the next couple of weeks. But I looked at the thing and I was like, Orland Park. It doesn't say Chicago. Yeah, I was a little pissy about that. It hurt. It hurt, baby. It hurt. It hurt. That's all right. You know what? When I buy a big ass condo in the city, I'm gonna switch it back, and keep this one. Say, hey, my wallet got stolen. Change my address. So depending on where I get pulled over, if I get pulled over on the burbs, like, oh, here's my Orland Park one, officer. If I'm in the city, I'm a city guy. Come on, city cops. They're like, listen, suburbanite, you got money. You pay these tickets. So I'll say, hey, I'm one of you guys. I'm from the city. So that's my plan. The grand scheme of things. Have 2 different driver's licenses with 2 different addresses. I digress. And Jason said he felt the same way when he got his Wisconsin ID. That's hilarious. Dude, hey, so you know my pain, Papa. You know my pain. Speaking of pain, what a way to transition. I'm going to segue. This Bears team, dude, freaking, it's a joke. They're as I sit back and watch, okay, their inability to, or the refusal to either fire Nagy or inform him that he's not coming back. I gave you the analogy of the dog, okay, who's with the family for a while, then he ends up biting one of the kids. Well, and you saying, no, well, let's look at the totality of his time with the family and before we make a decision. No, it's been getting worse for him. And I understand that a couple of guys were poo-pooing the 2-hour video call that you get. You're not going to hire a guy from those videos, but it gives you an idea of who they are. It gives you an idea of moving forward, so you don't have to fly these guys in. Not that it's a huge, it's a write-off. It doesn't matter, but you don't waste your time. You follow me? That's being efficient. Okay, you get the herd of people that you want, and now you start kind of sifting through. Okay, I want him. I want to interview him. I want to interview him. Don't really want to interview him. You just do that. That's more efficient. Okay, with this new rule, take advantage of the new rule. Use it to your advantage because you're damn skeepy. The Raiders did. Damn skeepy. The Jacksonville Jaguars did. And you may miss out on a guy that you really want, or that might be the best fit for your organization.
I think they already told him. In my opinion, the way I've observed how Matt Nagy's his mannerisms, how he speaks now, it all seems very like thankful, just not trying to think too much ahead into the future, just kind of being in the moment type of an approach to things. It's very a very somber type of Matt Nagy. He's not as energetic. He's just pride. He's prideful. I mean, the team did fight for, we'll say that the team did fight, right? They found a way to win some way, somehow. It has not been good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, you know how I am. You know what I've said on this network about how I feel about this Bears offense and how it's been run as far as the head coach. But I just feel like he's done. I feel like he's already tipped his hand. I mean, not like he hasn't done it before on the football field, but he's already tipped his hand to what the Bears are doing. They're just going to go ahead and go through the motions and save face so they can continue to be that type of organization. I think, and I'd mentioned it before, the best time would be the Seahawks game to fire him after the Seahawks game if it was a loss. I really truly believe that if the Lions beat the crap out of you on Thanksgiving, he'd been gone. If the Seahawks would have beat the crap out of you, he would have been gone. The fact that they fought in the Green Bay game probably
had the lead at halftime.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. There's just that. Like little things like that probably were allowed him to keep his job. I don't think but honestly, after the Lions game, I don't think they were going to fire him whatsoever. After they got found out during that time, I don't think they were going to fire him in season whatsoever. I would have hoped. I just don't think they'll do it. I think they'll save face. They'll go ahead into this offseason, fire both. I hope they fire both of them. I hope this is the reason they haven't done it. I hope they fire both Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy. Just don't, like you said, Sean, don't give me and you and Beth, don't give me this new first-time head coach anymore. We're done. We're beyond this. We're beyond this. You obviously, it's obviously shown that you can puppetize them, right? It's obviously shown that they won't, for some reason or another, Mark Trestman he's been in the league for years, and this was his first head coaching job. That should have told you something already. But then you go ahead and you go to Matt Nagy, and he's telling you all these beautiful nothings, whispering all these beautiful nothings in your ear. Offensive guru, we're going to change everything. He's going ahead dressing like George Halleck. Like Joseph said earlier, it was a clown show from the beginning, and we should have known it. We should have recognized it. I just want somebody in there that is going to hold the respect of the organization, the front office in particular. And I think that guy, Todd Bowles, good name. Jim Harbaugh, damn good name. Find somebody like that, the CEO, the head. This is my show as far as football is concerned. Stay the hell away from it so I could go ahead and try to win a Super Bowl for you.
See, the only issue, Ivan, is those are hardcore people. Those are not yes men. And that's what they want. And that's one of the things that concerns me is if you have yes men, well, damn, you're perpetuating and continually reliving this cycle. So, how far does this go up? How far does this, if you get Ryan Pace out of there, and here's where George has to, I want you to cut this and put it on later in this segment. Here's where George has to have a come to Jesus moment. Okay. Here's where George McCaskey must have a come to Jesus moment. Do I want this franchise to get back to where it belongs, atop the NFL royalty? Because right now they're a joke. If I do want this organization, the charter franchises of the National Football League, to get back to the rightful place, okay, atop the elite of the elite, then I need somebody who's not going to be a yes man. I need a guy who has a clear vision. I might not even have to see it, but he has to see it. He has to understand it. I need to hire a guy who's not a yes man, a guy who's diligent and adamant, vitally adamant. Okay, maybe not violently, but you know what I mean. Extremely adamant about not straying away from the plan, not listening to
violence is a mentality. So I think you're right on that.
About not saying, oh, well, George said we got to play Justin Fields. Well, you know what, Matt Nagy, if you didn't think he was ready, then you shouldn't have played him. He needs a strong personality to run this team, president of operations, if that's the position they're going to create. And they need a strong personality at general manager, and they need a strong personality at head coach. So he needs to stop getting yes men. He needs to get alpha males who can lead men and believe what it is in their own vision. If he doesn't do that, it's again, we're just going to continue on the same bullshit cycle of the wheel of the hamster in the wheel, and say, oh, we got offensive this and offensive that and offensive this. No, don't give us that bullshit anymore. We're tired of it. You're going to get a new stadium in Arlington, which I don't like. From a business perspective, I love it, but they're not doing you right here in Chicago. Okay, fine. Move out there and become a winner, or stay here. Whatever they do at the stadium, I don't give a damn. But be a winner. Do your best give your best to the fans who've been loyal, who pay those fucking PSL prices. That's not even the best. Not even see the tickets. That's the PSL to buy the tickets. They charge you a fee so you can buy the tickets. All these fans that are loyal, okay, to you and your organization, despite the bullshit that you put us through, have the decency to put back and give us a winning product year in and year out. Year in and year out.
Yeah,
you know what? And if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't get, strong A-type personalities, alpha males. No.
Yeah, I was watching Gary Fensick because I was looking through a bunch of John Madden clips. You know what I mean? I was trying to find some stuff. Probably going to chop up something for this weekend during the show, but there was a point where it was a Super Bowl preview show, I think, and Gary Fensick's talking. I'm sure a lot of Chicago Bears fans have heard this before. Gary Fensick's talking about before '85 when he remembered when you had to wear your helmet in the tunnel, or else you were going to get your head knocked off by a beer can, or whether they would have thrown beer on you, they would have thrown it, whatever the hell they wanted at you because they couldn't stand the way you were playing. And then you come to '85 and they're praising you. But I'm just thinking about his words. I'm like, shit, that just sounds like every other year besides like outside the '80s. You know what I mean? The Bears defense, it has to score 10. He also said this, Bears defense, if they allow 10 points, the game's over. Well, God, that sounds like right now. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like that sounds like the middle of the 2000s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
That sounds like the late 90s. Like it's just, when is it going to stop? Like when are you going to finally realize the consistency has been us? The problem has been us. When is it come? Like when do you have that? Like you said, come to Jesus. When do you humble yourself and say, hey man, we haven't done the job. We have to save the, by but we have to save this by any means. Like to me, it's just a money grab. Like Joseph was mentioning before, like if you don't do that, you're just a money grab.
I hope and pray that he has the come to Jesus moment. I really do. Okay, because it's embarrassing. Being a national joke is not fun. Okay, it's not fun. I don't like it. I know other fans don't like it. I know Green Bay fans love it. We've been a joke to them for, since 87, 88. I take that back, since 91 when they got Favre, or 92 when they got Favre. Okay, so we've been a joke to them since 92. So for the last 30 years, we've been a joke to our rival. So a lot of tough decisions need to be made, and if you need help, call me. Call me. I'm not going to tell you who to hire. I'll give you suggestions, and I'll tell you who needs to go. Who needs to go because of their track record.
We're giving out suggestions free every single day. There's so many people out there with better suggestions than with the decisions that they've made, Sean. It's like the problem is, will they listen? The question is, will they listen? You want to know the why? Why won't they listen? That's the whole thing. Why won't they listen? That's part of the whys. Why won't they listen to their fans? Why won't they listen to people that are, in check with football, in sync with football, thinking about football, breathing? Why don't they talk to those people? Why do they trust their? It's like they trust their buddies. It's the good old boys type of show up there. You got your best bud in Ted Phillips. You got Ryan Pace, who's for some reason becoming your
he's in the circle of trust now.
Your son, your stepchild. For some reason, he's becoming like a part of the family.
Circle of
one
trust.
reason or another. yeah. It's like, what the hell? Like, that shit cannot be. Like, you cannot have that crap. Just because you like the guy and he's telling you everything you want to fucking hear, doesn't mean it's the truth, and doesn't mean he could go ahead and hold water to it. So it's to me, the decision falls on George McCaskey. Like, let's be real. The decision falls on George McCaskey. It's not. I don't think it's Virginia. Virginia. How much say does let me ask you that, Sean? How much say do you think Virginia has? Because to me, it just seems like Virginia's been locked away. They're keeping Virginia. Just stay over here, ma. Like, come here, ma. Sit down. You have to wait at the game, ma. Like, yep, the Bears are. Yep. Oh no, the Bears are winning right now, ma. And then you have to usher her out before the end of the game because the Bears have lost the lead. Like what is she doing right now? Nothing. Like what is her decision? What is her final decision? I mean, other than ushering her out in LA and saying, "Hey, look, this is the stadium that we kind of want," and take her out here to show it off to her. Like what other than asking her for the checkbook does she do? I mean, do you do with her? What does she do?
Well, she doesn't run the team. She's just a figurehead, I believe. Like Lady Eloise, for all my Boomerang fans from back in the day. Like Lady Eloise, she's just a name. I don't think she has. I think when she gives her opinion or her thoughts, they take it under advisement or they'll listen. But I don't think officially she has much. Officially, I don't think she makes the decision. It's just I think they don't want to piss mom off, is what I think it is. So for me, I just think that this has got to stop. It's interesting how, everyone's like, "Oh, she's mad." Oh, aren't you mad? Why does she have to get mad? Why does she have to get mad before change happens? Why aren't you mad with the piss poor product that you're putting on the field? Oh, because you're still getting paid almost $300 million a year after, because the NFL is a non-for-profit organization. So every team gets about $300 million a year when they have to divvy up the money for the nonprofit organization. That's why they're not mad. That's why they're not mad. And what you have to do is you have to say, "Hey, listen, yes, we're making this money, but you also want to win." Like, the competitive nature in me is what, and you as people who watch us and they hear it, they listen to us, they hear how fired up we get. Okay, because it's about winning. Yes, the money's going to be there for them, but now it needs to be about winning for this organization. It's not about winning. It's not a bottom line business for these guys because, well, when it comes to wins, it's a bottom line business to say, hey, listen, because they're doing exactly what the Cubs did before Theo came. They just put a product out there. They're okay with losing. They're okay with losing because they know they're going to sell out. They know there's thousands of people waiting on that waiting list for season tickets. So if you want to give up your season tickets, there'll be thousands of people who will be happy to pay the PSL, happy to buy the tickets, happy to start going to Bears games.
Right.
They know this.
And you know, I also think they knew that by making the Bears exclusive, like honestly, you have to, there's a limited amount of seats in that stadium. Like that stadium, didn't they lose seats? Didn't they lose seating? Because I don't know. Maybe it's they added club seating and lost actual seating. It was something like that. I know they're not a landmark anymore. We discussed that before. But, you know, they make it so the Bears are like this private club, right? Where it's like, you know, you have to do all this stuff, jump through hoops to go ahead and see the fucking Bears. You know what I mean? They make it like they make it really closed off and secretive,
very exclusive,
and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at all. Like even going to the games, you feel like you're being ushered in and ushered out. Like just give us your money and here's the Bears. Here's your junk. You know, your Bears junkie. Here's your shit. Like that's kind of how I feel. I'm being pushed. We're being pushed on, Sean. Like that's how I feel. We're being pushed on. They're pushers of football.
Yeah, and they stepped all over the product too.
Sorry about that. Muted again. Muted. Got to figure this thing out sooner or later. Welcome back, guys. Barely live. We'll get underway right now. Looks like the Bears and the Giants are just about to get started. You guys saw the Barely pregame show, and then just right now you saw bonus coverage. Me and Sean talking about the Chicago Bears earlier this week on Wednesday on Sean and Maya in the morning. Just talking about the aggressiveness of the team and what they need to do and who they and seeing if they could understand who they are, looking in that come to Jesus moment, as Sean said, the realization that, you know, maybe it's us. Like after all this, after all said and done, maybe it's us. How do we go ahead? A happy New Year to all you guys. First, you know, I thank you, Armando, for reminding me. Happy New Year to you and Patty. Happy New Year to Mondo 3. Happy New Year to all you guys out there. Happy New Year to all you fans watching me right now everywhere on Sports Zone Chicago, on my page, wherever I shared this thing to. I shared it to a bunch of pages. Thank you for joining me. Happy New Year to you and yours. But yeah, you know, you had mentioned before, it's like they understand that they have this monopoly. They've cornered the market of professional football in Chicago. You have the loyalty. You have people that are hungry for a winner. And it just seems to me, you know, the fans are more aggressive to wanting to win than it seems like the upper management is. And it's been like that for a while now. This isn't something new. This isn't just some, you know, shoot from the hip type of idea. This has been brought up time and time again from not only me, myself, not only you guys, the fans, but also, you know, professional football players who have been in the building, players who've put the uniform on, put that helmet on with the C, and you know, even they've said it. There's something that stinks in the front office. Something is not right with this organization, and you know, there's just so many things you could point to. The handling of Justin Fields earlier in the year. Although the only thing I could say to that is, if you have a better coach, I could believe it. If the quarterback that's in front of him beats him out. And that was the issue. There was no competition whatsoever. You couldn't find any flaws in Justin Fields' game in order to correct them. So you were just pretty much going from his college tape and what he did in practice from the naked eye with second teamers. So, that therein lies a big problem. I'm fine with Andy Dalton starting, like I had mentioned before, but it just had to have been with a better coach. Nonetheless, Andy starting now, it's just, to me, it just seems like whatever they do now, right, whatever they do from this point on, right? You have 2 more weeks in the season. Just make it the most thorough choice you've ever made. Make it the last week. Take it all the way until the very last second you possibly can to find your guy. I mean, if you got some conviction right away, or if you have a guy in mind, or if there's somebody that just is leaps and bounds above the rest, and I mean blows them out in the interview, maybe you strike right away just because you're scared. But for some reason or another, and don't get me wrong, I love this team. I love the history of this team. I love what they've done. I just want it. I want that to be bad. I've never experienced that. That was a couple generations. My grandfather's generation that's experienced that. So I want better for the Chicago Bears. I want better for them. Just make sure it's thorough. Make sure you've left no stone overturned or not turned. It looks like the Bears are going to go ahead and get off. Cairo Santos kicking to the New York Giants, and they will take it out of the end zone, running it back up across the 20-yard line before he's tackled down at the 25-yard line. And did the ball come out? No, it did not. And the Giants will start at the 25-yard line. Mike Glennon coming out onto the Soldier Field turf yet again. I believe he came out here. There was another time he came back and played against the Chicago Bears, or he suited up against the Chicago Bears. I forget which. But this isn't the first time they've seen him since he's left the organization. But nonetheless, Mike Glennon coming out, shotgun, empty set. 5 receivers out there, 3 to the top, 2 to the bottom. Here's a snap. Mike looking to his left, and he's sacked. Sack fumble. Pick it up. Bilal Nichols picks it up, and he's running. He's going to get to the 3-yard line. Travis Gibson with a huge sack on Mike Glennon to start the football game, and the Bears have the football. Bilal Nichols returns it up to about the 3 or 4 yard line. What a start for the Chicago Bears defense. Huge play by Travis Gibson getting off the edge on the left tackle, number 76. And he just comes free. Travis Gibson was untouched coming off the edge, and he comes up with a big sack fumble on Mike Glennon. The Bears off to a great start here against the New York Giants. Bilal Nichols able to scoop it up. Fought Roquan Smith off for the football. Nonetheless, the Bears able to scoop it up, get the turnover. Bears great start there at the goal line, knocking on the door already. 14:45 left in the first quarter. Good start for the Chicago Bears. Happy New Year, Michon. Thanks for always joining. Thanks for the support. Travis Gibson with a huge sack on the first play from scrimmage for the Giants. And here we go. Andy Dalton handoff to David Montgomery, and that's a touchdown. Chicago Bears. That is the fastest touchdown I've seen this team score in a long time. Good play by the defense. Good play by David Montgomery. Just follow his blockers and get into the end zone. Great start for the Travis Gibson with a huge play. He's been under fire because some of the antics on the field, but some of the antics after the play, some personal fouls that he shouldn't be drawing. Big start for the Chicago Bears. David Montgomery running it right into the end zone for the score. 6-0 Chicago over the New York Giants. What a way to start this game for the Chicago Bears. I had mentioned the defense needed to step up. First down right away, and I thought it was Robert Quinn. I thought we were going to get the record, from the jump, but nonetheless, hey, I'll take the fumble and I'll take the points. Travis Gibson, huge play for the Chicago Bears. First play from scrimmage for the Giants. Two plays in this ball game. One a sack fumble, and the other a touchdown run by David Montgomery for the Chicago Bears. What a way to start I didn't expect them to go to commercial right away. I was expecting us to have something to talk about, or at least me going ahead and giving you the play-by-play for a little bit longer. But boom, boom, boom goes the dynamite. Travis Gibson strikes, gets a huge sack fumble on Mike Glennon. The Bears then strike right away with David Montgomery's run up the middle. Touchdown. Bears up 7-0 over the New York Giants. Like I said, folks, the Giants are not a good football team. I know the Bears aren't good as well. Trust me. I love my team. I understand where we are as a football team. But the New York Giants, they're a little worse. They're a little worse than the Chicago Bears. So, like I said, don't expect the Giant, if the Bears give them an opportunity, maybe maybe late in the game, if they string something together, maybe they could go ahead and put some points on the board. But I just feel like with Mike Glennon back there, with the injuries on the offensive line for the New York Giants, the Bears are going to have a field day, especially with that pass rush. That's one of the things that we do really, really well is rush the passer. Mike Glennon is a statue back there. I would expect a lot more hits on the quarterback as the game goes on. I know it's 15 seconds into the game, but what was it? 18 seconds into the game. 18 seconds into the game, the Bears are up 7-0. That's, like I said, one of the fastest touchdowns I've seen in a long time for Chicago. And they did, to be honest, you got to credit the defense. So the defense, again, comes up big for Matt Nagy's offense. They were able to just, here you go, David. Go forward. Touchdown. There you go. I like it. I like the start. I like the aggressiveness by Travis Gibson. He was untouched, to be honest with you. Let's be real. Like he got after. He definitely was flying around the edge, but nobody even gave him a thought. Nobody even gave him a thought. And it just tells me that you have a bunch of guys that are not on the same page. You have a guy back there, Mike Glennon, who's pretty much, I feel like Mike Glennon is just going paycheck to paycheck. Like, hey man, I'll go ahead and I'll be the sacrificial lamb for this couple $1 million. I think there was a meme out there with how much money he's actually made here in the NFL. Mike Glennon taking advantage of teams and making money while doing it. Big start for the Chicago Bears. Cairo Santos kicks it off, and they will not return it. And that ball will be spotted out at the 25-yard line. So a reset for the New York Giants. Mike Glennon comes back onto the football fields. Bears up 7-0, 14:42 left in the first quarter. The first quarter just started. I couldn't believe it. Here we go. Giants in the huddle. They break the huddle. You got one receiver to the top of the screen. If you could get spread out, please, cameraman. Now you have two receivers at the top of the screen, one to the bottom. You have a wing and a running back. It's handed off to Saquon Barkley. He gets bottled up. He tries to bounce off, breaking off a tackle, breaks another tackle. He gets around to the outside. On the opposite, he switched fields. Saquon Barkley broke about 3 tackles, switched fields, came back to the left side, and was able to get about 8 yards. Saquon Barkley, a hell of a run. You feel bad for a guy like that. Me, especially with playing the running back position. When you get bottled up like that time and time again, and that's happened this season because the lack of blocking on that New York front or just health overall, but the lack of execution on that offensive line, you see that too much for Saquon Barkley, where he has to fight off a bunch of tackles, and it's another handoff for the New York Giants on 2nd and 2, and that will be a first down handoff to Booker for the Giants. 1st and 10, New York. Clock ticking under 14 minutes now. 7-0 Chicago. You got Robert Quinn out there, Roquan Smith, Alec Ogletree, Travis Gibson. Secondary, you got Jalen Johnson, Tayshaun Gibson Sr., Eddie Jackson, and Kendall Vildor. Everybody looking for Roquan Smith to break the record, Richard Dent's single season sack record. He's sitting at, I believe, 17, and it's going to be a wildcat handoff, or not a handoff, excuse me. Saquon keeps it himself right up the gut for about 4 to 5 yards. 2nd down and about 5 or 6. Let's see where they spot it as they show another replay of Saquon Barkley. And we saw what happened last season to Saquon, and it was an ugly one. I felt bad. I was scared. Yeah, obviously when you got a talent like that, you're nervous. If you're a head coach, you're trying to dial up a game plan. If you're a D coordinator, you're trying to dial up a game plan for a guy like that. You want the challenge, but unfortunately for Saquon, as you get another handoff here at 2nd and 5 to Booker. Booker gets about half the yardage. It'll be 3rd down and about 2.5 yards to go for the New York Giants. But you want to see, you as a competitor, me as a competitor at least, and I know I want my team to win. You don't like to see that, especially with the talent that Saquon has, especially what he could do. I mean, it's an unbelievable thing what he could do, especially when he's healthy, especially when he has guys blocking for him. The guy is just, it's poetry in motion, to be honest, violent poetry in motion. As you got a man in motion, 4 receivers spread, 1 running back, that's Booker. Glennon looking to his right, now throwing over the middle of the field. Interception to Deshaun Gibson. Deshaun Gibson now running on the left side. He's getting upfield. He's got blockers. He's got room, and Mike Glennon makes the tackle off Tayshaun Gibson. That ball was tipped. Mike Glennon looking across the middle of the field. Good defense by the Bears. Ball tipped in the air. Deshaun Gibson able to get a hand on it. He takes off up the left sideline, and the Bears in business again in the red zone. Thanks to the defense, another turnover by Chicago's defense. Deshaun Gibson Sr. with a huge play. Let's watch the replay as you see the coverage, and is that Artie Burns in coverage? Artie Burns is able to get his hand on it, knock the ball up in the air. Good coverage by Artie Burns. You had Akeem throwing his hand up, causing trouble in the lane. Good play, good start by the Chicago Bears. Good defense by Artie Burns. Couldn't ask for much, a much better start for the Bears as you got Andy Dalton, 3 receivers, 1 to the top of the screen. You got David Montgomery to his left, 2 receivers to the bottom. Andy looking to his left. Andy feeling the pressure and is going to be sacked. Andy goes down with the sack. Carter, number 59, Carter for the New York Giants comes up with the sack. 2nd down for the Bears. It's going to be 2nd down, and let's see where they mark it. It looks like it to be 2nd down and 14. 2nd down and 12. Okay. 2nd down and 12. A little better than I thought. As you got motion. Montgomery to the right. You got 3 receivers bunched to the bottom. It's going to be a wide receiver screen to Mooney. He's following his blocks. Now he tries to cut it back, and that play goes for about 2 to 3 yards. Again, I don't like this idea. I mean, you have an opportunity to run at a team that's not a good run defense, and we decided to go wide receiver screen to the edge. It looked to be blocked pretty well, but the defenders did a good job on their own, holding their ground. Mooney wasn't able to find much. 1 yard gain, they're saying, 3 yard gain, they're saying 3rd and 9. David Montgomery now in motion back into the backfield to the left of Andy Dalton. 2 receivers at the top, 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Andy looking to his right now, dumping over the middle to David Montgomery. David Montgomery fighting for 9. David Montgomery gets the 1st down as a bunch of Bears, as the entire offensive line for the Chicago Bears comes in rallies around David Montgomery, pushing him forward, throwing him across that 1st down marker. 1st down, Chicago. You like to see that fight out of the Chicago Bears. As Andy Dalton dumps over the middle to David Montgomery. David Montgomery breaks 2 tackles, fights, gets stuffed by Crowder, and then it's just a matter of will, and David's will won over. 1st and 10, Chicago, under 10 minutes now, 7-0 Bears. Andy Dalton under center. David Montgomery is a lone back. It's going to be handoff to David. He gets immediate contact in the backfield, and it's a gain of none. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. I want to see whose assignment was blown there. That linebacker was free from the jump. David had no shot to get anything going, no shot to find an escape route. Under 9:30 now, 2nd and 10, Chicago. They're threatening again. 7-0 Bears. You show Mike Glennon on the sideline. 2 turnovers by Mike Glennon. Andy Dalton in shotgun. You got Damian Williams now. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Cole Kmet to the top. Andy looking to his right, and he has Darnell Mooney on a completion for about a half a yard. It's going to be 3rd down now for Chicago. Pressure being applied by the Giants. 3rd and 9 Bears. Under 9 minutes now to go in the 1st quarter. Andy looking around. I feel like there should be another attempt at running the ball. Just go off tackle. Run off tackle. You're getting these edges are getting off to a good jump. And they've gotten to Andy once. The Bears are doing a decent job, but I feel like if you start getting the running backs going downhill, if you start getting your tackles going downhill, you're going to wear on those wiry edges, edge rushers. And later in the game, it's going to benefit you. Here we go, 3rd and 10. Mooney in motion. Running back is Damian Williams to the left of Andy Dalton. One receiver to the top, 3 to the bottom. Andy looking to Cole Kmet over the middle of the field, and it's going to be short of the first down. It looks to be about 3 yards short of the first down. 4th down, it looks like they're going to leave their offense on the football field here. On 4th down, as the flurries start to fall at Soldier Field. It looks pretty cool as the flurries fly across the screen. And now you have a motion, a nothing motion. Here we go. Andy Dalton looking to the back, and he has Darnell Mooney. Did he get both feet in? And he does. Touchdown, Bears. Bears had a weird motion. They had 3 running backs in the backfield. They motioned out to bunch. Darnell Mooney ended up running a stretch route across the back of the end zone. Andy Dalton finds him back there. Darnell able to keep his feet, hold on to the ball. Bears are now up 13-0 over the New York Giants. And as Darnell Mooney beats his man, keeps both feet in. Let's watch it again. 1 foot, 2. And are they going to look at that? No, they're not. All right, they're going to play it. That was a little close, but they're going to stick with the ruling on the field. It seems like no challenge by the Giants as Cairo Santos lines up for the extra point. Bad snap, but Cairo able to knock it through. 14-0 Chicago over the New York Giants. 8:08 left in the first quarter. Great start for the Chicago Bears. Defense playing a pivotal part in that start. Bears taking advantage of a sack fumble on the first play of the game. And then you had a great defensive play by Artie Burns, tipping the football up into the air, right into Deshaun Gibson's hands. He had a good return. Bears kind of questionable play calling and just questionable motion in my opinion. I just don't think it's like, why do I you have trim the fat? You know what I mean? Trim the fat. Like there's no need for excess. There's just no need for fatty football. What I mean by that is that motion at the end. I just don't think that motion was necessary to have. Why are you having them in the backfield at all? Like, you know what I mean? You know that these guys are motioning left and right as a defense. You know to stick with your man at that point. I think that's what they were playing right there at the end there for the Giants. I just don't think it's necessary to do it. Just trim the fat. I like the result. Trim the fat on the play. There's no need for this excess bullshit. Just great start by the defense. The offense able to put the ball over the white line. I like it. I like the start. Bears looking good so far against the New York Giants. Ozzy, I'm sorry. I know you had the Giants winning, but it doesn't look to be that way. I had the Bears winning 27-14, and I don't think the New York Giants are going to be able to do anything. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get to that 14 points that I gifted them. The Bears, on the other hand, as long as their defense continues to play like this and they find a way to generate turnovers, something that they haven't been able to do all season long, I think the Bears are going to run away with this one and run away with it big. You have Mike Glennon back there who's already shaken. He was walloped in the first play of the game. Then he throws an interception as they show what happened to Soldier Field. They get the snow off the tarp. And then they go ahead and they rolled up the tarp early this morning. in order to keep the snow off the football field. God, it must have sucked because it was a little wet this morning. I think it was like some freezing rain. Or it might have just been like just cold flurries that were melting really quickly. But anyway, Bears up 14-0, 8:08 left in the first quarter. There's going to be a return from about the 4-yard line. 83 for the Giants. He gets up across. As the camera moves, it looks like he got across the 25-yard line, close to the 30. And that's where the Giants will take over. First down for them. Pretty much in the same spot they've been both their first possessions, around the 25-yard line. Haven't been able to do much after the fact. Some of the runs they had were successful. Like I'd mentioned before, both teams not able to stop the run really well, as you have another wildcat formation. Saquon faking the handoff. Saquon taking it, and he's going off the left edge. Saquon cutting back, and he's now tackled by Trevis Gibson and Eddie Jackson. Trevis Gibson trying to go after the football on Saquon Barkley. He gets the stop. 2nd and 5 for the New York Giants. New York trying to do I don't know. See what I mean? Like it's Matt Nagy-esque, like this offense. I don't think Mike Glennon knows what he's doing. Actually, I would just pretty much keep the ball in Saquon Barkley's hands. I don't think the Wildcat would be a bad idea for New York at this point in time. Mike Glennon not off to a hot start. 2nd and 5. You have 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. It's going to be a handoff to Booker. Booker cutting up across the right side, and he gets a first down. Looks to be a gain of about 6 yards on the play. Under 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10, New York. Chicago with 2 big plays on defense. Offense able to go ahead and put points on the board pretty much from the goal line. I believe they were at the 5 or at the 3-yard line to start that first drive, and then at the 10 is another handoff to Booker, and he fights his way up for about 4 yards. Looks to be about 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 for the New York Giants. Under 6:30 now. As you look at the Giants comparisons this season, you have Devontae Booker with 533 is more rushing yards than Saquon Barkley. But you know what? To me, the Giants were always playing cautious with Saquon. I think those numbers are loaded a little bit as Saquon runs into a mouth full of bears. It runs into I guess a mouthful of bears. I don't know what it was. He just pretty much got stuffed up by Roquan Smith, and there I think Akeem Hicks was there as well. 3rd and 7 for the Chicago Bears. Roquan Smith, a guy that I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to Roquan. I would say, if anything, maybe he gets a franchise tag and you try to trade him, as you got 1 tight end, 3 receivers now, 1 running back to the left of Glennon. That's Saquon Barkley. It's going to be a sack. And who is that? It's going to be Blackson. Blackson with the sack on Mike Glennon. 4th down for the Giants as the punt team comes out to the football field. Yeah, Roquan's a guy I really, trust me, I want to be here. I would love for him to be here, but how do you want this team to be built? What, looking to the future, you said you wanted, and people point to what the Bulls have done, what the Cubs have done. I point to the Bulls, but I point to the Bulls as the punt is underway for the New York Giants, and it looks like it's going to be returned by Jakeem Grant. Jakeem Grant's going to have a chance. Pro Bowler Jakeem Grant reverses field, breaks 1 tackle, tries to break another, get down Jakeem, and he gets stuffed up right there. About 7 Giants throwing him back. There's a flag on the play. Let's see what the flag is. 4:32 left in the first quarter. Let's get to some of these comments. The draft is definitely not the GOAT. It's going to be an illegal block on the Giants. Oh, excuse me, on the Bears. Legal block on the Bears, so they will take that ball back. Thank God the Giants football team is awful. Yeah, that's for damn sure. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Like, it's like I said, Armando, it's an exclusive place. It's a very exclusive place. I mean, I'm sure that the people who get to work at Soldier Field or on Soldier Field are somewhat well connected or have some type of pull. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I would imagine that you have to know somebody that knows somebody that knows something about it. As we go ahead and take a break. Chicago off to a great start. Like I mentioned before, Mike Glennon, terrible start for him. Andy Dalton, 4 of 5, 26 yards and a touchdown. David Montgomery, 2 carries, 2 yards and a touchdown. One reception for David Montgomery, 11 yards. 1 reception for Cole Kmet for 8 yards. And Darnell Mooney, 2 receptions, 7 yards and a touchdown. Very, 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 very low numbers for the Bears so far, but that's because their defense is giving them such a short field. The defense has been the player of the game. I mean, you see how bad the Giants are, guys. I told you guys this before. I wasn't just picking the Bears 27-14 for no reason. It was because the Giants are god awful, and the Giants are probably a worse team than the Chicago Bears, which is, I mean, it's saying a lot. Actually, to be honest, it's saying a lot because I feel like this Bears team has the talent. They really do have the talent. Do they have the mentality to do it? Do they have the coaching staff to do it? I don't think so. I feel like right now, you know, we're watching the team in the Bears that's whooping a team's ass because it's like we're watching ourselves against better teams in the Giants, right? It's like we're watching ourselves against the Cardinals. We're watching ourselves against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm fine with beating up the little guy, the bad teams. You're supposed to beat up the bad teams. It's beating the good teams that concerns me. Beating those good teams is what I'm concerned about. And yeah, I don't know how they're gonna figure that out in the offseason, but they need to go ahead and have a total mentality switch as they show clips of John Madden. I have some clips of John Madden as well. And to be honest with you, rest in peace to John Madden and to Jeff Dickerson, 2 guys. Jeff Dickerson obviously covered the Bears for about 20 years here in Chicago. Tragic news with us losing him to colon cancer. There's a GoFundMe for his son Parker. If you can, go ahead and help the young man out. Tragic news there. That I wish the best for him. And then of course, Coach Madden, who meant everything to football. John Madden was football. 2 tragic losses. The football world is hurting. Chicago is hurting as well. As we got 1st and 10, single back is David Montgomery under center, and he is stuffed up by the linebacker Carter. Play was going to the right side. 2nd down for the Chicago Bears. 2nd and 11. This is the worst field position for the Bears so far in this game. Like I'd mentioned before, 2 turnovers by that defense pretty much set them up with goal-to-go situations. Andy Dalton in shotgun now. Empty set. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. 2 to the bottom. David Montgomery out wide at the bottom of the screen. Andy Dalton looking. Andy Dalton rolling to his right, and now he's just going to throw it away. Nothing there for the Chicago Bears. 3rd and 11 now for the Bears, deep in Bears territory. 3:48 to go in the first quarter. 14-0 Bears. Looking at how you're probably going to have a vacancy in Chicago. I don't know what they're going to do in New York. you're gonna have guys that are gonna want that job as well, that New York job. As we got Andy Dalton rolling, gonna go ahead and just throw out to the flat to Jesse James. It's going to be fourth down. That was pretty much. It just seemed like the Bears gave up on that play. It just seemed like there was nothing there from the start. They tried to run a couple of deep routes. There was no time. The Giants are getting pressure on Andy Dalton. Andy seems like he hasn't had the ability to settle his feet, even when the Bears were in good field position. It just seems like the Giants are keeping him off balance just enough, especially on this drive. I know the Bears scored on the last two drives, but they're doing somewhat of a good job, especially with those deeper routes. It doesn't seem like the Bears have found any type of separation. Almost blocked as Pat O'Donnell gets a punt. That lands at the 45 of the Giants, and now the returner is now across midfield, out across the 45-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Giants in great field position. The best field position they've had all game, at least in the first quarter. It is the first quarter. Well, what do we have? It's going to be a hold, so they won't have that great field position like I had mentioned. It's going to be a hold, and they'll bring that back. Let's see how far they bring it back and where they spot the football. I guess not. They're going to go to a commercial break, and so will I. I'll go to a quick commercial break, and then I'll be back with more Bears and Giants.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting, where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all 4 major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
You need to shop Kohl's right now. I mean, they have so many deals. I got 60% off holiday decor, so I'm set for next year. Fleece for under $20 and 60% off bedding. Even better, I used the Kohl's cash I earned from my holiday shopping and got it all in less than an hour with free store pickup. Who's ready to ring in the savings? Select styles. Ends December 31st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
All right, we're back to the action. As you see, the Giants' first 3 possessions, fumble, interception, and the punt. The Bears punted to the Giants, and you had a flag call on the play as Saquon Barkley takes the ball up the right side, gets a good chunk of yardage, looks to be about 8 yards on the play on first down for the New York Giants. I mentioned before, watch that. That's going to be a factor in this game. Saquon's running, and not only Saquon, Devontae Booker, him running the football as well. Both running backs doing a good job so far against the Chicago Bears. The problem has been the turnovers. Your quarterback fumbles the ball. Your quarterback throws an interception. both good plays. I mean, actually, the first one was broken as you got another handoff to Saquon Barkley on that right side. Tackle by Alec Ogletree. He will get another first down for the New York Giants. Just that first one, Travis Gibson just free off that left side, off the right side if you're the quarterback. You can't explain that one. The second one was just good defense by Artie Burns. Artie Burns able to get his arm across the wide receiver, not draw a flag, knock the ball up, and Travis Gibson just made a play after that. As we got heavy set, you got two offensive linemen on the right side with a fullback, and they're going to run right into the middle of that Bears defense for nothing. No gain for Devontae Booker. It's going to be 2nd and 9 for the New York Giants. Yeah, the Giants bringing out 2 extra offensive linemen as well as a fullback on that right side. Play didn't go anywhere, even though they brought out the heavy set. So good job by the Bears defense. Able to make a stop. 2nd and 9 now. Approaching 1 minute in the first quarter. You got motion 2 receivers to the top. You have a fullback and you have a running back in. Is that Booker? That's not Booker. And it's a run up the middle. It is Booker. Looks to be for about 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 7. Bears doing a good job in his last couple plays with the run. Giants probably going play action here. Let's see what they call. 3rd and 7. Remember I said the Bears have to get off the field on 3rd down. It's going to be crucial. You don't want to extend this drive. The Giants are at midfield and they're threatening. 3 receivers, 2 to the top, 1 to the bottom. And now Glennon goes in shotgun, moves Booker to his left. You have the tight end in Ingram to the left. Looking, and it's Robert Quinn with the sack. Robert Quinn, oh no! He got the ball out. Booker got the ball out. But he's tackled. Good tackle. Was that Devin Bush with the tackle? It was Devin Bush. Devin Bush with the tackle. Or Deion Bush with the tackle. On Booker, Robert Quinn had the sack in his hands, and Mike Glennon just pitched the ball to Booker at the last second. And Robert Quinn still 1 sack away. He's 1 sack away. Still 1 sack away from breaking the record held by Richard Dent for the single season sack record held by Richard Dent. Unbelievable. I thought he had him. I thought he was going to slam his ass to the ground. It would have drew a penalty. That's why I was a little nervous. But Robert Quinn looked like he wanted to just throw Mike Glennon through the earth on that play. Nifty pass by Mike Glennon to get it out. Save the sack for the Giants. But it'll be 4th down when they come back. New York, I don't know what they're going to be doing. They're down 14-0 now. I don't know whether they'll be punting or not. If I was New York, you were able to get some yards out of it. You know, if I was New York, I might be taking a shot right here on 4th down. Damn, I thought Robert Quinn had it. I thought he was gonna pick it up. I thought he was gonna break the sack record right there. Mike Glennon looked like he was terrified about what the hell had him in his grasp. It was an interesting little play by Mike Glennon. Nice way to avoid the sack. Nice way to get it to your running back, and he found some room. They picked up some yards. Bears are on the attack, to say the least. That pass rush is hungry. They want not only does Robert Quinn want a sack, Travis Gibson wants more sacks. You got pressure coming from all sorts of spots on the offensive line. The Bears are really aggressive on defense to start this football game. I hope it continues. I hope they don't fade in the second half. But to start, the Bears are off to a good one, man. I really, really like it. I'm enjoying what they're doing. Let's take a look at some of the scores around the league. Washington is up over Philly 10-0. Baltimore over the Los Angeles Rams 7-0. The New York Jets up 14-0 over the 14-7 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Tennessee Titans up 7-0 over the Miami Dolphins. 14-3 New England leads Jacksonville. 10-0 Las Vegas over Indianapolis. Cincinnati is down to KC 14-7. Bears obviously leading 14-0. Buffalo up 7-2, which is kind of wild. I didn't think they were going to we were going to see a safety here on this day, but we have one there in the Atlanta game, and they will bring on the punt unit. They had the offense on the football field for a second, and they decided to punt the football, 4th and 3. Joe Judge showing some trust in his defense after the last drive. They were able to get off the football field rather easily and pin the Bears back. And they almost pin them at the 5, but they will end up pinning them at about the 8-yard line. Good punt by Dixon of the New York Giants. 1st and 10 at, it looks like, the 8-yard line of the Chicago Bears. The Bears, another long field to work with after the defense set them up with a couple of short field drives in their first 2 drives, as Robert Quinn just blows by everybody and just so close to getting the sack. Unable to wrap his arms. Mike Glennon able to just shovel it out to the running back. Robert will have another chance. Robert's going to have another chance. This pass rush of the Bears is just relentless right now, as we have Andy in shotgun, David Montgomery to his right, Mooney in motion to the top of the screen, play action fake, Andy looking, and he just throws it into the ground. That play was busted from the start, well covered by the New York Giants. Was headed to Cole Kmet in the flat. He was well covered. That ball just went right into the ground. Good decision by Andy Dalton not to force anything in the shadow of his own end zone. 14:45 in the second quarter. 2nd and 10 Chicago. Mooney in motion again. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Cole Kmet is the tight end to the top. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He makes a move, but gets about 3 or 4 yards only on that play. It will be 3rd down for the Chicago Bears. Call it 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. Under 14:30 now. 14-0. Chicago over New York. Like I mentioned before, defensive turnovers helping the Bears get to that score. Empty set now. 5 receivers spread. Andy Dalton waiting on the snap. Andy Dalton looking, gets a snap, looks to his left, throws jump ball to Mooney, and it's well defended. Threw it up into double coverage. The safety McKinney, good job of getting over and knocking that ball away, breaking up the play. Was intended for Darnell Mooney. Darnell, I mean, you're throwing it up and allowing Darnell to make a play. I don't know if I like that idea. Like, I guess you live to fight another day, but good defense by the Giants, and the Bears will be punting again. 4th and 6, and here's a snap. Pat O'Donnell will get that punt off. Almost blocked, and it's another bad punt by Pat O'Donnell. And that punt is going to be, I think they're going to, at the 45. They're going to mark it at the 45 of the New York Giants. But Pat O'Donnell, whether it be the pressure or God knows what, unable to get off a strong punt in back-to-back drives. Remember that last punt in the last drive wasn't hit well, ended up being received at the 45 of the Giants. And if not for a penalty, the New York Giants would be working in Bears territory as opposed to just outside the 50-yard line. Again, similar situation, but you didn't get a return on this one. Just a bad punt by Pat O'Donnell. Just kind of frustrating, if you ask me. I don't, you need, first of all, it's you need to have it blocked up because he did have some pressure up the middle. So you need to be able to do your job on that line. But that last one, I felt Pat needs to. I think Pat kind of gets the knife. He hears the footsteps, if you will. I think Pat hears the footsteps a little too much and gets a little, short-legged at times. You just need to be able to do a better job of executing your blocks. And God, just give me a big kick. When was the last time Pat O'Donnell gave me a strong, healthy punt? Got to be able to do better on special teams. Giants with good field position. When we come back, Buffalo in the red zone again. 14-2. Buffalo over Atlanta. Don't ask me how they got the safety. Actually, might as well take a look while we're at break. 14-2 Buffalo over Atlanta. You had 14-0 here. Bears over the New York Giants, with the Giants taking over the football at their own 45-yard line. Oh, wow. I guess I'm going to get audio here. Yeah, I don't want that. All right, so yeah. See the safety. Doesn't really say where the safety is. It just says 2 punts. All right, I guess I won't be able to see how they got the safety. Anyway, we're back to the Bears and the Giants. Fumble, interception, punt. 4 possessions for the Giants as they take the snap. Saquon Barkley gets the handoff, and he runs. Another big run for Saquon Barkley. He takes a weird shot at the end of the play. And you got Bachman and another cornerback, and I think Saquon might be coming out of this game. Saquon looks like maybe he's not coming out of this game. 1st and 10. I don't know if Saquon Barkley knows where he's at right now. I think Saquon took a shot to the head at the end of that play. I think Saquon might have been concussed. He was skipping off the field like he didn't have a worry in the world. And then he's not. Yeah, I think Saquon might be bothered. He has a good run right here of 9 yards. Kind of fumbled the snap. They might want to take a look at Saquon Barkley. Good run, and then it's just, I don't know. That whole sequence right there. Now he's still stretching his neck. That whole sequence right there is a little fishy to me. Might want to go take a look. Deontay Booker back in there. Under center is Mike Glennon. 2 receivers. They got another heavy set. They got 2 extra linemen in there. They're probably listed as tight ends. They're going heavy set. They've gone heavy set a bunch of times here to start this game. They bring in a fullback, number 41 now. 71 rushing yards for the Giants, 5 for the Bears. You got man in motion. You got 2 receivers to the top of the screen. Another heavy set. It's a handoff to Booker. And he gets swallowed up by that Bears defense. Looks to be a gain of about 2 yards on the play. Yeah, the Giants keep coming out with these extra linemen. Going heavy, trying to wear out this Bears defense. Bears defense off to a hot start in this one. 2 turnovers in back-to-back possessions. Setting up the offense in great field position. You got under center again is Glennon. It's going to be another handoff to Booker, and he's swallowed up again. A gain of about 3-4 yards, it looks like, maybe 3.5 yards for Booker. 3rd and 4, 10:46 left in the ball game. Baltimore up 7-0. You got Huntley again playing well. As you got Graham Gano setting up. Well, not setting up, but he's practicing his field goal kicks on the sideline. They're in field goal range of Gano. I believe it's going to be another handoff to Booker. He finds some room up the middle and he picks up a first down. I said you have to get off the field on third down. Good run by Booker to pick up the first down. The Bears have to do a better job at shedding their blocks and making a tackle in the running game. As you see, Roquan just getting lost behind those linemen, and Deontay Booker able to go ahead and find the space where he was not and pick up a first down, 1st and 10 for the Giants. Mike Glennon under center again. Another heavy set to the right. They got the fullback now backing up in motion. It's going to be a run to Saquon Barkley, and he's going to get nowhere. They keep trying to run it off tackle away from their heavy set, like they're going to get some type of giant alley coming back, or they're going to get the Bears over pursuing or something like that. It's just not working. I don't know why they would. Why would you bring in your big hogs, put them over here, and say we're going to go that way where they're not? Part of me feels like if you just attack deliberately against this team, you'd find success, and it's going to be a blitz. Oh, Eddie Jackson misses the tackle in the backfield, but the Bears are there and they swarm, and Saquon Barkley unable to get anywhere. Actually, it's going to be a loss. Eddie Jackson coming in quick on a blitz almost makes the play immediately after the handoff. It's going to be a loss of yards, 3rd and 10 for the New York Giants. Barkley stays in there. Mike Glennon breaks the huddle, moves Barkley over to his left. 1 receiver to the top of the screen, 2 receivers to the bottom. Saquon to the left of Glennon. Here's a snap. It's going to be a handoff to Saquon Barkley on the draw, and he's going to break a tackle, fight for more yards, but he's going to be well short of the first down. 4th down for the Giants. Decision for the Giants, and are they going to go ahead and send the field goal unit out? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're going to go ahead and take the points. Graham Gano coming out onto the football field. 4th and 6 for the Giants. Game clock is now ticking. Once he makes this, it will be under 8 minutes to play in the half. Graham Gano lining up. 14-0 Chicago. 38-yard attempt for Gano. And he splits the uprights. And good. Now 14-3. Chicago Bears lead the New York Giants. 7:45 left in the half. Good start for the Bears. Giants had a good drive, but it stalls. Let's see what the Bears do to answer. I don't like to stay complacent here. If I'm this Bears offense, you're up 14-0. You got to find a way to get some more points on the board. You don't want to leave this team in the ball game. You saw they were able to move the ball downfield some way, somehow. You haven't been giving them. Well, you have been giving them good field position as far as their last 2 drives are concerned. The first 2 drives, obviously, they wasn't very good. But the last couple drives, they've had pretty decent field position. But nonetheless, you don't want to have them lingering around. We saw what the Bears did to the Seahawks when the Seahawks didn't put them away last week. They were able to find a way to win that football game. You want to be able to knock this team out and knock this team out early. It has all the makings of a blowout. What are you going to do to make it so to put this game out of reach? It's a 3-possession game now. Just keep our 2-possession game now. Keep it a 3-possession game and see where you go. You got to be able to. You got to be able to put points on the board, especially against this bad defense. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I actually have to use the restroom. I'll be back in a flash.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting, where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all 4 major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download.
All right, we're back at Soldier Field. Giants just kicked a field goal. Bears still lead 14-3. 25 degrees at Soldier Field. North-northwest winds at 17 miles an hour. Khalil Herbert is back to return. Khalil Herbert doing a decent job when he gets his opportunities at returning kicks. He's done a pretty good job at running the football as well when he gets his opportunity to take the ball in the backfield. A big run last week against Seattle for a touchdown. Khalil Herbert, a pleasant surprise. You know, a nice little find in the later rounds. Khalil Herbert receives the kickoff, and he gets out across the 25-yard line, maybe to the 27. I think it's about the 27-yard line. 1st and 10, Chicago. But yeah, he's done a decent job. You know, when he's had his opportunities, I'm not going to go ahead and say he's going to be the next coming of, but he does a good job spelling David Montgomery. I like the tandem of Montgomery and Herbert moving forward. He's got Andy Dalton out on 1st and 10. Andy in shotgun. David Montgomery to his right. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen. You got two tight ends at the top, and it's going to be a dump over the middle to David Montgomery for a nice chunk of yards. Looks to be about 7 yards on the dump to Montgomery over the middle. 2nd down and 4. So 6 yards on the pass. 2nd down and 4 for the Bears as they go back into the huddle. They break the huddle now. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen, Mooney and Grant. You got Allen Robinson to the top of the screen. Andy under center with David Montgomery as a lone back. And here is the snap. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery up the middle, and David getting across that 1st down marker and getting a lot more. He got stuck initially, but he was able to keep his legs moving and going forward. David picking up about 5 to 6 yards after the fact. And it's 1st down for the Chicago Bears. Under 7 minutes now, under 6:40 to be exact. Andy Dalton in shotgun. David Montgomery to his left. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen. It's going to be a handoff to the right of David Montgomery. He's trying to stretch and get the edge, and he gets some. And it looks like he's going to be down with a gain of about 4 yards. Let's see where they mark it. Gain of 5 yards. 2nd and 5 for the Chicago Bears. Bears able to move the football a little bit here to start this drive. Approaching 6 minutes left in the half. Bears lead 14-3. If you're just joining, the Bears on defense able to go ahead and come up with some big turnovers. Offense able to go ahead and put the ball across the goal line, given those 2 opportunities. And it's going to be a play action fake from Andy. Andy's got pressure. Andy's looking, evading pressure. And Andy's looking to get some yardage, and he does get some yardage. He falls forward for about a gain of 3. He might have gotten half of what he needed for the 1st down. It's going to be 3rd down. Andy Dalton doing a good job of not forcing the issue. Although you had Darnell Mooney open for a second there, I feel like right there you had to be able to see where the pressure was at that moment. I feel like maybe Darnell, but Andy did a good job of evading pressure, not taking a sack, also not forcing the issue. It's going to be 3rd and 2. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He takes off across the left side, and he picks up the 1st down. As you got Carter and Jesse James getting into it now. 1st down and 10 for the Chicago Bears. David Montgomery picks up the 1st down on the run. Kansas City 21, Cincinnati 7. The Chiefs have just been on a tear. Ever since people started saying they were done, they started stepping up their game. They're up 14 points to a good Cincinnati team as you got Andy under center. Motion man is Demir Bird. It's going to be a handoff. Oh, it's going to be a flea flicker. And he's going to have Bird wide open down the sideline. Completed to Bird, and Bird's going to get up to about the 20-yard line for the New York Giants. A flea flicker for the Bears. No flags on the play. Damiere Byrd was wide open down the sideline. Andy Dalton was able to hit him right on the money. Not in stride, but he just kind of sat in the open space, was able to complete it. As you see, Damiere Byrd, he already knows he has a linebacker beat, sits down and just hauls the ball in and tries to make as much out of it as he can. As you have Damian Williams now to the left of Andy Dalton, 2 receivers to the top, 1 to the bottom. Andy looking to the top of the screen, and it's, I don't know whether it was good defense by the corner or if A-Rob dropped it. It kind of flashed rather quickly. I looked at the cornerback laid out to try to cross the face of Allen Robinson with his arm. Let's see. He makes a play. I think it's a corner that makes the play. If Andy fits it in, I think Allen Robinson has a legit shot at a touchdown. 3 receivers to the top. It's going to be a handoff to Khalil Herbert as Khalil Herbert is able to muscle his way through for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards on the play. 3rd down for Chicago. 14-3, Bears lead the New York Giants. 30 seconds on the play clock. 3:20 and ticking on the game clock. 3rd and 4 for the Bears. Khalil Herbert comes off the football field now. See what happens. You got David Montgomery out there to the left of Andy. 3 receivers to the top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. Motion man is Allen Robinson. He comes closer to the line. Andy looking to his right. Pressure. Andy scrambling. Andy trying to pick up the first down. Andy trying to get the edge. Andy does not get the edge. If he would have ran straight, maybe, but I feel like he was worried about taking a shot by the linebacker. Or is he a linebacker or is he a corner? By Smith. Andy, if he just cuts forward, he would have took a shot by Smith. Smith looks like a linebacker, but I mean, it could be a corner. Nowadays, you got hybrid safeties, hybrid linebackers. You don't know what you got, like almost a. You're trying to make like this positionless type of player or this universal type of player, Swiss Army knife type of dude. You're trying to find guys of those molds nowadays, but nonetheless, 4th and 1. The Bears were going to go for it. It's going to be a timeout by the Giants, I think. It looked to be the Giants. 2:16, 16 seconds before the 2-minute warning. Bears have a 4th and 1 as we get a quick commercial from Progressive here. Baker Mayfield doing a better job in commercials than out on the football field. 14-3, Bears lead as they go ahead and they huddle up again. Here we go, 2:16. Bears in the huddle. Now they break the huddle. 4th and 1 for the Bears. They're in Giants territory. You got man in motion is Grant. You got David Montgomery in a 3-point stance. David's going to get the handoff. David gets the handoff and gets the first down for a yard. David in a 3-point stance like a fullback. Again, just little things that are just not necessary in my eyes. It's just little cutesy things that don't need to be. David Montgomery does not need to be in a 3-point stance, everyone. But whatever. Bears pick up the first down. I'm happy with that. Bears keep the ball, keep the drive going. Threatening in the red zone right now. Let's see if I could get this back up. There it is. 2-minute warning. Bears lead 14-0. They're threatening. David Montgomery just picked up a big first down for Chicago. David Montgomery doing a good job of picking up first downs for the Bears. Bears doing a good, decent job right now. They were blessed with shorter fields to start the game. They were able to put the ball in the end zone. That's what you're supposed to do. When you're given gifts like that, you make them pay for it, and that's what the Bears did. Got to be happy there. With the longer field, it just seemed like the first drive, you had some issues. Then you had the second drive, or excuse me, the third and the fourth drives where you had these issues where you couldn't get anything going. The first punt, obviously saved by a holding call, or else the Giants would have started in Bears territory. And then you had the second punt that was another bad punt that ended up setting the Giants up at their own 45. They were able to get a field goal out of that. If you could, avoid flipping the field for the Giants, if you could avoid, going 3 and out in the shadow of your own end zone, I feel like you could, you'll be able to ease or just give yourself a little more breathing room. You need to be able to give yourself breathing room, even if hey man, maybe this drive isn't going to go as well planned. Like, let's say you're sitting at third and maybe 15. Let's say you caught a penalty, or let's say there was a blown up play where you lost yardage. You still got to be able to get a chunk yards and at least try to even up the field. I feel like the Bears right now, whether it be pressure up the middle or whether it be just Pat O'Donnell not being able to get a good getting good leg on the ball, the special teams has probably been the only red mark, I would say, right now, that the two ugly punts, you're leaving the Giants, you're giving the Giants good field position. You don't want to leave this team hanging in the ball game. Like I said before, you got to get the job done with your offense and your defense, but the special teams could affect it as well. And I just feel like that's something you need to keep an eye on. Just, you see Justin Fields not suited up on the sideline. Andy Dalton under center again. Mooney in motion to the top of the screen. It's a big, heavy set. It's going to be a play action fake to David Montgomery. Looking. You have Mooney open. Oh, and it goes through his hands. It was not Mooney. It was Goodwin. Through Goodwin's hands, or else it would have been a touchdown. The defender got there late. Let's see it. It goes right through the hands of Goodwin. The defender got his hand across the body, but Goodwin's got to be able to haul that in. I mean, it would have been a tough job holding onto it with the arm of the defender, lodged in there, but right through the wickets of Goodwin. 2nd and goal. It's going to be a wildcat formation. David Montgomery's play actually pulls the ball, tries to take it, cuts a field. David breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle, and David Montgomery gets about 7 or 8 yards on that play. Bears went wildcat. They pick up about 7. Pulls the ball from Darnell Mooney. You see Peters is a pulling tackle, and he gets out over there and helps push the pile. David Montgomery just broke a tackle initially and was able to fight his way up forward. Good job by him. 3rd and goal. Andy Dalton in shotgun. You have a diamond formation. 4 receivers to his left. Komet to his right. Looking. Throwing to the back of the end zone. And it's intercepted. Or incomplete. Is it intercepted or incomplete? Incomplete, the referee says. Incomplete. Almost intercepted. Andy tried to force it into Goodwin, and that ball right through the hands of Ryan. Trying to go back to Goodwin. It wasn't there. Andy trying to force the ball, and Cairo Santos comes onto the football field to try to kick this field goal and put the Bears up 17-3 with 1:04 left in the half. Cairo Santos 21-25 this year on field goals. This one is a 21-yarder, and it is good. The Bears now lead 17-3 with 1:01 left in the first half. Drive stalled. You hope for a touchdown. I would want a touchdown on that drive. I don't like I said, lingering, man, just lingering around. I don't imagine the Giants are going to try to take a shot, but hopefully you have a game plan in the second half and you're not just coasting, because I feel like this Giants team, they're able to scratch out 3. They had an opportunity to get more. They decided to punt. Luckily for them, the ensuing drive, they picked up that 3. But I feel like you're going to get a more desperate Giants team. Maybe your pass rush is able to take advantage because they're going to be trying to amp up the passes. We'll see. I want touchdowns over field goals. I felt like that drive had touchdown written all over it. Bears unable to do so. And we'll see what the Giants can do moving forward. The Giants haven't been able to do much of anything so far in this game. The Bears pass rush from the start has given Mike Glennon issues. They had the first play of the game was a strip sack fumble by Mike Glennon, or by Travis Gibson on Mike Glennon. Then you had the turnover, Artie Burns with good defense. Tashawn Gibson Sr. able to get his hands on it, take it down the sidelines, and setting up the Bears in good field position. Mike Glennon is 1 of 2 for 4 yards, 1 interception. You got Saquon Barkley, 11 carries, 54 yards, no touchdowns. You have Devontae Booker, 10 carries, 31 yards. Yeah, it's going to be that type of game. The Giants are going heavy with the Bears. Seems to me like they're going to play field position. They're going to try to grind it out, maybe to, have an opportunity late in the game to win the ball game. If you're the Bears, you just got to knock them out. The field goal is nice. You keep pace. You take that field goal for them off the board pretty much, so it's a wash. Make sure they keep them out of the end zone. Don't let this team hang around. I just see Andy Dalton and Nick Foles back on the sideline. Bears off to a good start in this game. Up 17-3 over the New York Giants, as Cairo Santos is going to get ready to kick this off to the Giants. Giants will have just over a minute to make something happen here. They haven't been able to do much of anything so far in this game. Bears defense doing a great job of slowing them down, finding a way to get turnovers. And that ball is, they were going to let that ball go. And they are, the Giants themselves. The kick returner was elected not to receive the ball, but the ball didn't bounce into the end zone like he thought it would. It actually stopped itself right at the 3-4 yard line. And they were about to go ahead and walk off. If the Bears would have picked that up, it would have been Bears ball right there. Actually, I think it could have been a touchdown if they took it in the end zone. Just a bad decision by the kick returner for the Giants. So the Giants continue to shoot themselves in the foot. A weird play right there for New York. If you're the Bears, you'll take it. It sets up the Giants at their own 4 yard line. Heavy set again. It's going to be a run in. And he stuffed Eddie Jackson and Eddie Goldman. 2 Eddies, and I think that's a touchdown. They said forward progress was stopped at the 1 yard line. But let's check it out. Eddie comes in on a blitz. Eddie Goldman beats his man right away. I think that's a fumble. I think Eddie Jackson ripped that ball out. I think that's a fumble. Check it again. As you see that ball on the kickoff return, just takes a wicked bounce in favor of the Bears. You got 2nd and 13. I don't think they're going to go ahead and look that over. I think it's a fumble. I think they're going to rule that a fumble. Let me see. They're saying that his forward progress was stopped at the 2. Let's see it. I mean, yeah, but if he slides out of that tackle, like let's say they don't come up with that tackle. Let's say for some reason they don't come up with that tackle, they're going to allow that running back to continue running. They didn't blow the whistle until he was down. So I don't know. It was very, very close. 2nd and 13. As you got Eddie Jackson looking like he's going to come in on another safety blitz. They move the fullback over to his side. And they got a false start on the Giants. Looks like a bunch of Giants jumped off sides. It's going to be a false start in New York. They will move whatever half the distance to the goal is where they had. I think they were at the 1 yard line or at the 2 yard line. So they'll be at the 1 now. As you see the flinch on the guard, Kelly. 2nd and 14 now for the Giants. 54 seconds left in the half. You got Devontae Booker back there. You got man in motion, the fullback. It's going to be a handoff to Booker, and it's going to get tackled in the end zone. That's a safety. I think that's a safety. Did he get out? Did he get out? They're going to say he just got out. They're going to say he just got out. They're going to say he just, as Angelo Blackson gets up there, he stopped his, no, it just, show it again. Show it again. I got to see where the knee is down. And they'll review it right now to see if his knee wasn't down in the end zone. If it was, it will be a safety for the Chicago Bears. Bears lead 17-3. Giants at their own 1 yard line. As you see, Booker swallowed up by Angelo Blackson, and you're not able to tell whether he gets out of the end zone because of the bodies in front of him. But a good penetration by Angelo Blackson. Way to stop the runner. There's gonna be some more pressure coming on this next down. The Giants are at their own 1 yard line. It doesn't seem like they trust Mike Glennon to do much of anything in this ball game. It's been Devontae Booker and Saquon Barkley. They both have 11 rushes apiece. So 22 plays going to the running backs. Mike Glennon again, only one out of 2 for 4 yards, unless this is not updating correctly, because I feel like he had a couple more passes. Let's check it out. No, Mike Glennon, 1 of 2 for 4 yards and an interception. So, yeah, they don't trust Mike Glennon whatsoever. It's going to be, a ground and pounded type of day for the Giants. But they can't do that with the way the Bears have been playing defensively and offensively. I know the Bears were only able to get a field goal out of that last drive. But if this defense continues to play like this, it's going to get ugly. It's going to get very, very ugly for the New York Giants, especially if they can't pass the football. You're only allowed 2 passing attempts. You throw an interception on one. I mean, you complete one, but then you throw an interception on the other, and then that's it. That's all she wrote for the New York Giants. You have 22 rushes to the running backs. Maybe if you had a quarterback that you trusted, it might be a little bit better. Maybe the Giants might be in this ball game, but right now it's been all Saquon Barkley and Booker. Mike Glennon is just not trusted by the New York Giants coaching staff, it seems like right now, to pass the football. Total yardage, Bears have 102 yards to the 66 the New York Giants have. 56 passing yards to negative 16 passing yards for the New York Giants. Rushing yards, the Giants lead that 82-45. Giants have a fumble loss and an interception thrown. Both teams aren't doing well on third down. 20% for the Giants, 28% for the Bears. Giants lead in time of possession. That's just because of the quick 2 scores at the beginning of the ball game. Giants 2 penalties to the Bears 1. So, a lot of things going wrong for the Giants here. A lot of things beginning to. Let's say, all right, it's going to be a safety for the Chicago Bears. The Bears get a safety. The score is now 19-3. Bears lead, and they will get the football back with 48 seconds left, looking to put more points on the board. I told you guys it'll be a blowout. I don't think the Giants are going to get to 14 points in this one, but let's see how many points the Bears could score here. They will get the football back. Look at Angelo Blackson with great penetration on that offensive line, and his elbow is down short of that goal line before that ball exits the end zone. And it is a safety, a good play, more great play by the Chicago front line. 19-3 Bears lead, 52 seconds left. They'll put some more time on the clock. 52 seconds left for the Bears. You can't ask for much more from this defense. They've been playing with their head like their hair's on fire all game. Great penetration by them. Great pass rush by them. Offense not turning the ball over. I mean, I like it. Andy Dalton, they haven't really hit anything big downfield. I mean, if you maybe the flea flicker, so a trick play, they hit something big downfield, but they haven't been able to really hit anything big downfield. But Andy's been able to keep the ball safely in the hands of the Chicago Bears. And Jakeem Grant gets an opportunity to return this punt. He jukes one man, tries to juke another, but he doesn't get out around the edge. He's going to be down at the 35-yard line of the Chicago Bears, and Jakeem Grant is up, but he's a little gimpy on the play. Remember, Jakeem Grant was out with a concussion, caught a concussion a couple weeks ago as he watched this Devin Hester return. There's Jay Feely, who's doing the commentary in the booth, just took a shot from Hunter Hillenmeyer. Oh, man, just took a shot from Hunter Hillenmeyer in the chops and got Devin around the edge. Good stuff. Snap, here goes Andy Dalton, 1st and 10, takes the snap, throws it, and he hits Darnell Mooney. Darnell able to break a tackle. What a move by Darnell Mooney. Went inside out on him, but it was more of a dip and drive out more than it was an inside out. It was just a good move by Darnell Mooney. Picks up a couple more yards. Looks like they're going to have a timeout here on the field. Bears threatening in good field goal or in good field range for their offense. 19-3 right now. Bears over the Giants. 38 seconds left in the half. You got Damian Williams out there, Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 1 to the top. Now you put 2 wings out there. Now you have Williams in the flat, looking deep downfield, and he's taking a shot deep downfield, and he has Darnell. Did he catch it? And he caught it? Did he catch it? He did. They're ruling it a catch. Darnell Mooney. Let's see. No. I don't know. That's a tough play. That's tough. He gets his hand under it. The ball is moving, but his hands never. I think they're going to overturn it. And they did. 2nd and 10. They overturned it. 2nd and 10. That shot from the back of the end zone pretty much sealed it. The ball did get through the hands of Darnell Mooney. When you saw it from the frontal view, when you see Darnell's face, it doesn't appear that he lost control of it or that hit the ground. But on that end zone view, he definitely dropped that ball. As Buffalo now 2 points ahead of Atlanta. Motion man is Bird. You got Andy Dalton in shotgun, takes a snap, looking over the middle of the field, and he completes it to Darnell Mooney again. And he gets into field goal range. Darnell trying to fight his way out of a tackle, but the Bears will take a timeout. And they'll be out of timeouts. The Bears out of timeouts now. 19-3. 24 seconds left in the half. 1st and 10 for the Bears. You don't want to risk anything here. You don't want to force anything here. You want to be able to go ahead and come up with some type of points on this drive. 25 seconds left, 1st and 10 for the Bears. Andy Dalton in the huddle. This could be one of Matt Nagy's last games, or it could be Matt Nagy's final game at Soldier Field. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Damian Williams to the right of Andy Dalton. Cole Kmet at the bottom of the screen, looking to his right. Now he throws it over the middle of the field. Incomplete to Damian Williams. There was a lot of pressure coming at Andy Dalton. He got put on the ground. Andy Dalton of 9 of 18, 94 yards and a touchdown. 21 seconds left in the half. And it looks like we're going to have a stoppage in play. I think they're going to go ahead and look at Darnell Mooney. I think the referee saw something that he didn't like as far as concussions are concerned, but they just had a play. See, you had an even worse play on Saquon Barkley where he looked just completely out of it. Like Saquon skipping off the field. Anyway, we're going to see what happened to Darnell Mooney. Empty set, 5 receiver spread. Now he's going down to Allen Robinson. Check down to Robinson. It was really a curl route to A-Rob. They got to clock it. They're going to try to clock it and just take the field goal and take the points here. Andy Dalton under center. He clocks it with 3 seconds left. They're going to bring out the field goal unit. Cairo Santos coming on to kick the field goal. Trying to put the Bears up 22-3 here against the New York Giants going into the half. It'll be probably one of the better halves we've seen so far this season. Maybe the best half we've seen so far this season from the Chicago Bears. Don't get me wrong. This team in the New York Giants is not good whatsoever. Nonetheless, you still have to play the game. You still have to execute. And I guess there's going to be a timeout by the New York Giants. They're going to look to try to block this field goal as they continue to show clips of Matt Nagy on 2018, of course. 21-27 since 2018. Losing record since that miracle season in 2018. Some will say the defense should be accredited to that season success. A lot of people say the defense should be accredited to that season's success. We got Cairo Santos with a 44-yard attempt. And that kick is good. Cairo Santos splits the upright. Bears go into locker room up 22-3 at the half. Good way to start this game for the Chicago Bears. I don't see a way you could screw this up. Like, don't get me wrong. I hope this isn't a hold my beer type of moment for the Chicago Bears, but I just don't think you could screw this one up with the opponent you have across from you. The Giants don't seem to have any type of passing game whatsoever. And in a game like this, when you're down 22-3, you're going to need to air the ball out. So I don't know what they're going to do with Mike Glennon. I don't know how they're going to try to find some type of a passing game. You're going to have to try to take shots. Unless you're conceding this game right here, right now against the Chicago Bears, I don't see how the Giants come back into this game if they don't go ahead and use their quarterback as, at least trying to take some type of shots, trying to take 1 or 2 shots. I know the pass rush of the Bears has been on your ass, but what do you tell your fan base at this point if you're the Giants? Like, you're not, we're just not going to, we're good with this, guys. We're going to take, are you tanking right now on live TV? Is that what it is? We're good with the loss. We're good with the win. Like, what's going on right here? It just looks to me like the Giants are tanking. You're not using your quarterback whatsoever. You're just running the ball. It's been 23 straight rushes. It looks like a tank job on national television. It looks pretty bad if you're a Giants fan. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. After that, I'll be giving you some scores around the league, talking a little bit more about this game. Just an ugly game for the Giants, a good game for the Chicago Bears. It doesn't matter because the Giants will be taking the Bears pick anyway. But maybe you pick up a win, maybe a couple other teams lose, and you knock the Giants out of having 2 top 10 picks. Just anything at this point in the season to be happy about, or at least to have some type of smirk about, would be fine. This game means nothing, obviously. I just feel like you're seeing a lot of effort on that defensive line, a lot of motivated guys, to say the least, on that defensive line. I hope Robert Quinn finds a way to get to a sack. I really do. I really, really do. All right, guys, quick break, and then I'll be right back.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting, where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all 4 major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
You need to shop Kohl's right now. I mean, they have so many deals. I got 60% off holiday decor, so I'm set for next year. Fleece for under $20 and 60% off bedding. Even better, I used the Kohl's cash I earned from my holiday shopping and got it all in less than an hour with free store pickup. Who's ready to ring in the savings? Select styles. Ends December 31st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all 4 major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
You need to shop Kohl's right now. I mean, they have so many deals. I got 60% off holiday decor, so I'm set for next year. Fleece for under $20 and 60% off bedding. Even better, I used the Kohl's cash I earned from my holiday shopping and got it all in less than an hour with free store pickup. Who's ready to ring in the savings? Select styles ends December 31st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Special in a different way. These would be the players about to be honored as members of our second annual All John Madden team. And with me is the architect of that colorful but unofficial dynasty, my colleague John Madden. And I should tell you, too, that this is based on just players that we have seen this year. It's unscientifically picked. As a matter of fact, John, how did you pick it?
Well, of course, the first thing, we don't want it scientific. I mean, if it were scientific, we wouldn't have anything to do with it. We don't know scientific. We don't know how to spell scientific. We don't know how to count. If you know how to count, you can't be on the team. If you know how to count, you really shouldn't watch it, because sometimes we have too many guys playing positions, not enough guys playing positions, but, you know, heck, it's still a game and it should be fun.
There are some amazing qualifications.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Barely Live. Bears are up 22-3 over the New York Giants. Ugly game so far for the Giants. If you're a Bears fan, I mean, what can you really be? I mean, I guess you could be happy the Bears are winning. I guess you could be happy that they're beating the shit out of somebody, some other poor soul, instead of watching your team get beat the crap out of week in and week out. But nonetheless, the Bears, they put themselves in this position. I don't know how they get out of it as far as where they're going to go as far as a head coach. I think there's talent on the team. I just don't think that, you know, you could continue on this same path. Even beating the Giants right now, the way that you're beating them, I feel like there's still a lot left to be seen, a lot that's been left out on the football field for the Chicago team. Field goal there at the end. Yeah, field goal earlier by Cairo Santos. I felt like one of those needs to be touchdowns, especially if you're You're talking about an offense, and we're getting here towards the last bits of talking about this Matt Nagy offense. But if you're trying to do anything, you're trying to blow out a team, you're trying to make a statement. I would think putting up touchdowns would be the way to go. Even if you're going forward on forward, like the Giants look like a team that's not going to be able to do much. You have one completion from Mike Glennon. The other completion was an interception from Mike Glennon to Deshaun Gibson. So I don't know how they're going to be able to fight back. I feel like the Bears need to go ahead and just step on the gas, take some shots, don't force the ball, but take a couple shots when they're open. Continue to grind it out on the ground. I feel like the way you're using David right now, especially the way the game is going, I don't think you have to overuse him at this point in the ball game. Especially, like I said, it just seems to me like the Giants are just laying down. I mean, it doesn't look like they're gonna or they have any interest of coming back in this football game. They pretty much shut down their quarterback play. 23 carries split between two running backs, Barkley and Booker. It's all but wrapped up here. I think I don't want to say the game's over, but I feel like the game is over looking at it, looking at how the Giants are playing, looking at how they're not only their, body language, but just looking at the way the play calling. It's just run, run, run. I mean, the defense is doing all it can. It's gotten the Bears to punt in the shadow of their own end zone a couple times. They set themselves up with field goal, a good field position, but they're just not that talented. It seems like they're overmatched. Negative 12 passing yards for the New York Giants in this ball game. Bears got 14 points off turnovers. The Bears on third down doing a good job. The Giants are only 1 of 5 on third down. The Bears, on the other hand, 2 of 8 on third down. I'd like to see that correct itself here in the second half. I'd like to see the Bears continue to stay on the field on third down and pour down these New York Giants as much as they can. As you see Mike Glennon on the sideline. Mike Glennon not doing much of anything this game. Matt Nagy in possibly his last game as head coach at Soldier Field. You'd figure he'd go down fighting. Some say the fight's coming a little too late. Nonetheless, the Bears in a good position to win this ball game. Grant Gano getting ready to kick off to the Chicago Bears. Khalil Herbert is the deep back waiting for the kick. And the second half is underway. And that ball is going to be out of the back of the end zone. And the Bears will start at their own 25-yard line. Let's see what happens with this offense. The Bears in only a handful of games were able to score coming out of the second half in their first drive. And it might be very, very, I don't even know if they have a touchdown coming out of the half as Andy Dalton is under center. 2 receivers, 1 in motion is Grant. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He has a hole and gets upfield for about a gain of 6 to 7 yards on the play. David Montgomery with a nice run. I guess it'll be 3 yards. No, that can't. Yeah, 7 yards. Somebody on the ticker, whoever's controlling the ticker for CBS isn't doing that great of a job. They keep switching up on me. They had 2nd and 7 after a 7-yard run by David Montgomery. Now it is 2nd and 3. Cole Kmet in motion. Now you have 3 receivers to the top. Cole Kmet is actually sitting in a wing position. Damian Williams in the backfield is going to be a shovel pass to Cole Kmet, and he picks up the first down. Play action shovel pass to Kmet. The Matt Nagy special. 1st and 10 for the Chicago Bears, as you see Justin Fields on the sideline nursing an injury. 58.9 completion percentage. I feel like that just it's going to get better. You need to just replace these Jamokes and get him somebody that's going to focus everything on him, as you have a play action fake, and it's going to be a completion over the middle of the field to Darnell Mooney on the slant. Mooney loses his footing. Darnell back in the ball game after a concussion scare. Darnell seems to be good to go. He picks up a nice gain after that slant. 13-16 on the game clock. 22-3. Bears lead the New York Giants. 1st and 10. I feel like Justin's going to have to find a way to work this offseason. Andy's scrambling, and he's just going to go ahead and throw that ball away. Hey, he's going to have to find a way to continue to work this offseason, and I wouldn't put it past him. Trust me. He's a guy that I would imagine is going to put in the work. But it's got to be like, you got to continue to work. You got to show not only your coaches, we got to show everybody else. Show this fan base, show your teammates, show everybody else that you're taking this shit just as serious as if you were in season. I mean, don't get yourself hurt now, but put in the work, and let's see what happens in the offseason with Justin Fields. I feel like he's a guy that's just right now, because of youth and the lack of proper coaching, he's being held back. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. David Montgomery to the right of Dalton. Play action fake. Wide receiver screen to Mooney. Mooney gets about 7 yards, it looks like, possibly 8 yards on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 for the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I just continue to build, continue to grow, and you know, I as bad as this season has gone, I don't think Justin's mentality has changed a whole hell of a lot. 3rd and 2 for the Bears. 22-3. 2 of 8 on 3rd down conversions. Like I said, Khalil Herbert in motion. 3 receivers to the bottom, 1 to the top. Andy Dalton looking to his right, and he completes it to Allen Robinson. Complete to Allen Robinson for the 1st down. Bears out across the 30, or just short of the 30. Allen Robinson spun out of bounds after that catch, picking up the 1st down. Bears moving the football right now, under 12 minutes to go in the 3rd. 1st and 10, Chicago. David Montgomery comes off the field. Andy Dalton under center. Here's the snap. It's going to be a play action to Khalil Herbert. Andy looking to his left, looking deep, and he throws it. Oh! There was a miscommunication on that play. I thought that Jimmy Graham should have kept pushing upfield, but apparently Jimmy thought it was going to be a jump ball on the sideline. Cornerback Orion, again, almost having the interception, I think he plays safety, almost having the interception, having it go right through his hands. Another dangerous throw by Andy Dalton. There's only been a couple of them. That one and the one he tried to force the good one in the end zone. You got Mooney in motion, 2 receivers at the bottom of the screen. A-Rob to the top. Cole Kmet is the tight end. Khalil Herbert to the right of Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton looking to his right, looking to his left, stepping up, evading pressure, diving for the 1st down. And he's going to be just short of the 1st down marker. He's just short of the 20-yard line. I think the 1st down is exactly the 20-yard line. Andy Dalton showing off his legs, able to get some yards. 3rd and 1. It's going to be a handoff to Herbert. Herbert cuts back, then gets back upfield and is able to pick up the 1st down for Chicago. 1st and 10 for the Bears. 10:55 left in the 3rd quarter. Khalil Herbert now coming off the field. As you see, Herbert doing a hell of a job today. David Montgomery doing a great job as always. Bears now under center. You have a bunch formation to the left, single receiver to the top of the screen. Now Mooney in motion to the top of the screen. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery up the middle for a gain of about maybe 2 yards on that play. Giants doing a decent job right now of bottling the run up. They've been hit or miss all day. When the Bears want to pick up a first down on 3rd and short, the Bears have been able to do that. Just not a good team in the New York Giants whatsoever. Like I said, don't get too excited. You're supposed to beat a bad team like this with the talent the Bears have. I'd imagine they should. I shouldn't. Let me not hope. Let me just wait till it sees. You got 2 receivers to the top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. David Montgomery to the left of Andy Dalton. Here's the snap. Andy looking to his left, throwing to his left, and he's intercepted by Ryan. But I think it's going to be a pass interference on number 24. Cole Kmet was the intended target, but it looks like 24 tried to work his way through the receiver. That ball was tipped. Ryan finally came down with the interception, but there was a pass interference on the play. So the Bears will have great field position yet again. Bradbury, the cornerback, working through Cole Kmet instead of going after the ball. As you see, boom. And it's kind of close, but he hooks him with his right arm right there. And I think that's what got it. If he doesn't hook him with that right arm, I think there's no flag on the play, and it's going to be an interception Giants. But he did hook him on that play. Bears get the call. Bunch set to the top. David Montgomery to the left of Andy Dalton's going to be a handoff to David. Touchdown, Montgomery. Bears with the score. Bears now lead 28-3 over the New York Giants. 9:30 left in the third quarter. 11 plays, 75 yards, 5:30 taken off the clock. Good game by good drive by the Bears. Able to put the ball in the end zone and pretty much put this one out of reach. I think this one was out of reach in the first quarter when the Bears took a 14-0 lead, but the Bears able to get the ball in the end zone yet again. They do it on the ground with David Montgomery. 28-3 pending this extra point by Cairo Santos. And it is good now, 29-3, Chicago with a 26-point lead over the New York Giants. A good day for the Bears. Too little, too late. Don't get me wrong. This is a terrible team for the New York Giants. I told you about their injuries. I told you about the disappointment in production as far as talent is concerned. They still have questions at quarterback, obviously. Bears coming out of the half. Great way to start. Touchdown on the board. 29-3, Bears lead. I don't know if we're going to see anything different from these New York Giants. I don't think they're going to try to air it out whatsoever. I think we're going to see a lot of Barkley and Booker on the ground, a lot of clock being chewed up. And I think they're going to be content with just getting out of here with the loss. It sets them up in whatever happens for the Giants, they're still going to have 2 really good draft picks. Like I said, one from the Bears, that was that Justin Fields number 11 pick. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. If Justin could build off the potential we've all seen, I'm good with that. But, it doesn't feel good knowing that the Giants have something that you don't have, seeing how this season has, come to pass. It sucks. It all feels really, really shitty, to say the least, even though we're getting the win, even though you're seeing the Bears kick the shit out of the Giants. And I like seeing the Bears beat the Giants. I'm not a Giants fan. I actually, the Giants are one of the teams I can't really stand in the NFL at times. Everybody can't stand the Cowboys. Well, the Giants for me, they're kind of right there with the Dallas Cowboys as far as, I guess this, not disdain, just overall, uninterested in, just don't want to hear about them anymore. Don't care for them. When they beat me, when they beat my team, it pisses me off. That's how I feel about the Giants. So I'm good with the ass whooping of the New York Giants. Spread it on. But when you look at it, what it actually is, just a bad team beating up on a bad team. And, two teams kind of just waiting it out, man, just waiting for the candle to burn out. I hope that my team finds a way to win 2 games here at the end, just for shits and gigs, just to, like I said, beat the shit out of the Giants and then go beat the crap out of the Vikings, or not beat the crap out of the Vikings, just beat the Vikings, especially if the Vikings find a way to win tonight. That would be nice. Play Grinch against a divisional opponent. Cairo Santos kicks it off to the New York Giants, and this ball will be out of the back of the end zone. That one will get into the end zone for the touchback. 9:30 in the third quarter, 29-3. Chicago beating the New York Giants. 19-44 record with Dave Gettleman. And I know a lot of guys, a lot of my New York Giants fans, friends, they're all at Gettleman's throat. They couldn't stand this dude. Couldn't stand Jason Garrett either. But I think Gettleman's the guy. I think Gettleman is our Ryan Pace, and he needs to go in New York. You got Mike Glennon under center again. They're going to go heavy yet again. You have a fullback back there. Saquon Barkley gets the handoff, and he cuts upfield, finding some room, spinning. Eddie Jackson, of all people, makes a game-breaking tackle, a big play tackle. I don't know if Saquon's going to get to the end zone, but he's going to have a lot of room to work with if Eddie doesn't go ahead and hold on for dear life and make that tackle. You have a big play here as they show the replay. KC up 28-17, but now they're up 28-14. A good game going on, Kansas City and Cincinnati. Mike Glennon under center again. You got the fullback back there with Saquon Barkley. You got a heavier set, one wide receiver. It's going to be another handoff to Saquon off that left side. He's going to keep churning those legs for a gain of about 5 yards on the play. It went from 2nd and 1 to 1st and 10 on that play. Saquon with a nice gain on that one. 8:30 and ticking in this third quarter, 29-3. Washington football team is up by 2 points, 16-14 over Philadelphia. I had mentioned before, KC is leading Cincinnati by 4. You got Mike Glennon under center here. Again, as we get back to this action, one wide receiver to the top, 2 wide receivers, one to the top, one to the bottom. It's going to be a handoff to Booker. The camera went back to Glennon like it was a fake, but it was Booker on the carry. Looked like he gained about 3 yards on the play. 5 yards on the play. Wow. Got a lot more than I thought. Under 8 minutes now. 2nd and 5. Mike Glennon again under center. Fullback, one wide receiver to the top of the screen. You have Evan Ingram at the bottom. Heavy set. It's going to be a handoff to Booker, and he's going to be hit in the backfield. He's going to get nothing on the play. As they continue to run the football, it's been run for this Giants team. There's been 2 passes. One was intercepted. One was intercepted. One was completed. The New York Jets beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 24-10. Kind of a shocker. 29-3 here. Yeah, 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Shotgun for the first time in a while. Booker to the right of Glennon. One receiver to the bottom. Let's see what they do here. Are they just trying to draw him off sides? No, we get the snap. Glennon looking to his right. Throwing, and just out of the reach of Booker. Roquan Smith with the coverage. 4th and 6 for the Giants. Booker almost came up with that catch on the play, and the Giants are going to go ahead and come off the field and punt. So the Giants not able to execute that one. It would have been a first down and a big play into Bears territory. Nonetheless, just short, and the Giants will punt from their own 44-yard line. Ooh. They got close, and that ball will be downed, it looks like, at the 23-yard line, 22-yard line for the Bears. 23-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Bears. Giants not going anywhere yet again. first attempt at a pass in a long time. Now Mike Glennon now 1 of 3 for 4 yards and that interception. I was surprised. I thought they were just going to go ahead and, hey man, just run it out and let's punt. But they tried to pick up the first down. Joe Judge doesn't seem interested in winning this game. The Giants don't seem interested in winning this game. I don't think that. I mean, I doubt that they come back. This one's over in my opinion. But yeah, they just seem like they're okay. We'll take this. We'll take whatever position we're in as far as draft stock is concerned. They don't give a shit. This game was all but done. I just want to see how many points the Bears can score here in the second half, if any. I think you need to keep scoring touchdowns. I think you have a team that's willing to take this ass whooping, to be honest with you. I don't think these guys are – it just doesn't look like they're motivated to fight. They're down 29 to 3. The Bears just seem to be doing whatever they want to do. I mean, you got to keep playing. You get paid. But yeah, this one's ugly. This one's ugly. This is an ugly game. Josh Davidson, I need Montgomery to have over 15 yards and not yet. Well, I don't, it might be today. But you might have David Montgomery, bust out a 70-yard run here in a little bit, because I think this team is finished. I think this team is finished. I can't stand the Bills. Yeah, Bills have broken my heart too many times this season as far as the betting is concerned. So too many times have I been hoodwinked by the Buffalo Bills. I think I'm going to take it easy on putting any money on them. As we get back to the action, they show the 1990 NFC divisional game. 31-3 New York Giants over the Chicago Bears. That was in New York. God, I'm glad I don't remember that. I was 1. So, shit don't stop when it comes to Bears losing. I can't stand that, and I'll tell you that much. Even though I don't remember it, I can't stand that. You got 29-3 Bears over the Giants. This one doesn't mean as much as that divisional game, so take it for what it is. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle, and he fights his way up for 10 yards on the play. 1st and 10, off 1st and 10 for the Chicago Bears. Oh, I guess not. They're going to, there's a flag on the play. Holding Chicago Bears. So that nullifies a great run on 1st down by David Montgomery. I think they're going to get Cody Whitehair on the hold. Offensive snaps a game, 52. Second among running backs. 1st downs, 6. He's in the top 10 in all these categories. I mean, David Montgomery is just, he's that dude for this team, man. He's that dude for this team. 1st and 20 now after the hold on Cody Whitehair. David Montgomery, 12 rushes, 44 yards, 2 touchdowns. Andy Dalton under center, play action, looking to his right, and he's gonna, Darnell Mooney slipped on the route. Or else I think he would have had the catch. He might have had the 1st down as well. Yeah, Darnell Mooney just getting eaten up by that Soldier Field field turf. Unable to keep his footing. Taking away a 1st down from the potential 1st down from the Chicago Bears. Yeah, yeah, maybe. We'll see how I feel in about a month. Here we go. Shotgun, Andy Dalton throwing. That ball is tipped in the air. 2nd and 19 now 3rd and 19. Azeez Ojulari, haven't called his name much today, but he makes a play on the football. 3rd and 19 for Chicago. Khalil Herbert now in the ball game. Demir Bird, Allen Robinson, and Darnell Mooney. Cole Kmet out there as well. 3rd and 19. Bears are 4 of 10 on 3rd down. Andy Dalton in shotgun, looking. It's going to be a wide receiver screen to Komet. Komet cuts upfield, and he's going to be well short. He's going to be about 10 yards short of the first down. Fourth down for the Chicago Bears. 4th and 7 for the Chicago Bears. And they will be punting. Offense coming off the field. 29-3. Bears lead. Andy Dalton, 15 of 29, 147 yards and a touchdown. David Montgomery, 13 carries, 45 yards, 2 touchdowns. Andy Dalton, 3 carries for 14 yards. Herbert, 2 for 19. Andy Dalton's carries have been in critical situations, actually. Andy, like Armando said last week, similar to what Nick did, he kind of is, using his legs a bit. He's doing it with his legs a little bit more than we thought. He's been able to evade pressure. He's been able to scramble, roll out. Not saying he's Michael Vick, but doing a pretty solid job. I mean, I like what Andy's doing so far. It's a bad, like I said, shitty team. But even when Andy was starting earlier in the year, you didn't hate what Andy brought to the table. You just wish it wasn't Andy Dalton. You wish you had your superstar quarterback. You wish Justin was Pat Mahomes, like in year one. It's kind of where this fan base is. The fan base is just done with the excuses, so don't give us any, regardless of if they're justified or not. It's ran its course. The excuses have ran their course. You're gonna have to come up with something better than an excuse for any move you make. I think from this point out, I feel like every move, and I know majority of them, I want to say maybe since 18, 19 more specifically, have been just under this giant microscope. Every single move. And we could go to moves beyond. We could talk to moves prior to that. But I feel like ever since then, you've been under a microscope. Now, imagine that microscope getting bigger and more powerful and everything being scrutinized and everything being ridiculed. I think that's what you're up against here, in this next coaching hire. I really do. I think not only the coach, but the decisions on who you put around the coach, or who the coach puts around, as far as his staff, the players you're going to go ahead and try to go stockpile. All that is going to be magnified tenfold, even if you think it's already magnified now. So we'll see what happens in this offseason. Right now, the Bears beating the crap out of the New York Giants with just under 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Darnell Mooney, 6 receptions, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Darnell doing a good job so far today. He's been doing a good job fighting for extra yardage. You have also Dan Reeves, who passed away as well. Dan Reeves coached the Denver Broncos, went to 5 Super Bowls with the Broncos, if I'm not mistaken. And then he also went to a Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons, ironically, against those same Denver Broncos. Dan Reeves, great head coach. He will be missed. As you have Glennon under center again, it's going to be another handoff to Saquon Barkley up the middle. Saquon, big gain. Nice tackle by Jalen Johnson. Saquon Barkley with huge chunk yardage on first down. As the Giants continue to bleed this clock, it's going to be a play action fake, and they hit Evan Ingram for the first time in the flat, and Evan Ingram gets upfield for a first down. Clock still rolling, 1st and 10 for the Giants. So the Giants' first completion since the first quarter of the game to Evan Ingram. Mike Glennon on the play action fake to Saquon Barkley. And the Giants are now in Bears territory at the 43-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Evan Ingram with a nice catch and run. Mike Glennon in shotgun. Saquon to his right, 1 receiver to the top, 2 to the bottom of the screen. Evan Ingram is the tight end to his left. going to be a handoff to Saquon Barkley to the left side. They're really, really running on that left side. They're really attacking that left side of the defense for the Chicago Bears. It seems to me like Saquon, that's all they're running to is that left side with Saquon Barkley as he comes off the field a little gimpy, just jumping up and down. Maybe he's just trying to stay warm. 2nd and 7 now for the Giants. Mike Glennon under center. They're going to go heavy set. Wide receiver in motion now, closer to the line. One receiver out wide. It's going to be a handoff to Booker. Booker up the middle. And Booker gets about 2 yards on the play. It looks to be 3rd and 4 for the New York Giants. A big 3rd down for the Giants. I still don't think the Bears will get 30. That'll be a that'll be something to talk about on Monday if they don't reach 30 points with 3 minutes left here and a whole quarter to go. If they don't get over 30 points, that'll be a little inside joke for us come Monday, Armando. I'll be talking about that. Oh, and it's a sack. Travis Gibson again with this strip. It wasn't a sack, it was a strip. He was able to hit the arm of Glennon, and Kairos Tonga falls on the football. Chicago with another turnover on the day. That's 3 on the day for the Chicago Bears. Taking advantage of a bad Giants offensive line. Travis Gibson gets there again. Big play on the first play of the game. A big play right here on 3rd down to stop the New York Giants and get the football back for the Chicago Bears at midfield. It just keeps getting worse for the New York Giants. If Kevin Lauder's out there, I'm sure he's drunk. Just a straight up ass whooping. Bears and Giants. You can't say much more. Let's look around. Look at some of the scores around the league. Washington is up 16-14. Baltimore is up 16-7 over the LA Rams. The New York Jets are holding on to a 7-point lead, 24-17 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tennessee 17, Miami 3, New England 41, Jacksonville 3. Indianapolis takes the lead over the Las Vegas Raiders. They're now up 17-13. Kansas City 28, Cincinnati 24. Yeah, Buffalo 22, Atlanta 15. And that's pretty much it. And then you also, obviously, you have the Chicago Bears 29, the New York Giants 3. You look at now, and Mike Glennon is now 2 of 4 for 16 yards. Andy Dalton 15 of 29, 147 yards and a touchdown. David Montgomery doing a decent job on the ground. The Bears really haven't been, tested here in this game in order for me to give like some type of critical assessment. It is what it is. You're beating up a bad team. That's all I could say. There's no need to dig deeper into what's going on here. I just feel like it's a bad team. You're beating the crap out of a bad team. Good for you. You should any good team or any respectable team should do so. It's hard to be critical when they're just putting up points, even though this is just the candle burning out as far as I'm concerned with Matt Nagy's football team. This is just it's just another smoke and mirrors type of performance. You see them beat the crap out of the Lions like this, year in and year out. You see them beat bad teams like this. You see them beat the Texans last year, like similar to this. We felt the same way. They made the playoffs last season. But we've seen this before. This isn't any different. This doesn't change anything. You have Ryan Nall as a fullback now. Andy Dalton looking over the middle of the field, and that ball is intercepted by Bradbury. So right off the jump, the Bears throw a pick to Bradbury. Andy Dalton play action fake to Montgomery, and you're looking at Robinson, and Robinson just doesn't fight through that. Like, So obviously there's a miscommunication between Robinson and Dalton. Robinson didn't fight through that. He just kind of basically pushed the cornerback into the play. Robinson needs to know what he wants. There needs to be that's another issue. Why aren't your quarterback and your receivers on the same page? I mean, Andy should be better off, at least communication wise with A-Rob, since was a starter for a majority of the first part of the season. At least that first month, I mean, you could have some type of communication with him throughout, even if you're not the starter. You still have the opportunity to work on some shit. I just don't understand that. I don't understand that. Why Allen Robinson isn't working through that. Why Allen Robinson doesn't know where he's supposed to be on that play. I'm down with it. Run the ball, Josh. Yeah, I trust me. Run the football. Like there's no need to do all this shit. Now you're giving the ball back to the Giants. And the Giants pretty much, what are you going to give them? Were they going to kick a field goal? I don't think the Giants are going to get a touchdown here. They haven't even attempted to throw the football on this drive. Why not run there? Why not just milk the clock? You're up to, like this team is dead in the water and you're keeping them in the ball game for some reason. This game should be over. If the Giants come up with a touchdown here, they're going to try to start believing. Look, fumble by Mike Glennon. Mike Glennon pumping, throwing. Oh, almost an interception by Artie Burns. Shit, maybe Mike Glennon will just give it right back to us. It's 4th and 8 for the Giants, and they're going to kick a field goal. So I guess no harm, no foul on that one. You don't like to see it. It is a bad football team in New York. Bad football team in New York. But when you're looking at it as far as execution is concerned, man, you don't want that crap. Against a better team, you're going to get exposed, and the Bears have been exposed this year time and time again. You got to be better with your execution there. Dalton comes back on the football field. 1st and 10. Oh, I guess they punted. I guess they had no shot at the field goal. I thought they were a lot closer than they were. Under a minute to go in the third quarter. Andy Dalton in the huddle. You got Mooney, Montgomery, Cole Kmet, Jimmy Graham. 2 tight ends out there. Now 3 tight ends out there. 1 wide receiver. You got David Montgomery, the lone back. Mooney in motion. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery to the left side. David Montgomery cuts back up the middle. Picks up a nice gain of about 4 yards on the play. Now they want to run the ball. Now it makes sense for them to run the ball. I understand where you were. You want to strike, but your first down run success is what's getting you these chunk plays. Well, these not necessarily chunk plays, but it's getting your receivers open down the field. That's what's happening. Keep running the football. Don't stray away and try to go on an aerial assault. Here we go. Hand off to David Montgomery again. He gets about half of that, so 3 yards on the carry for David Montgomery. That's going to bring us to the end of the third quarter. 3rd and 2 for the Bears when we come back. Weird decision-making for the Bears. Andy Dalton throws that interception. Doesn't hurt the Bears because they get the football right back. And then they go ahead and do what I felt like, and obviously a couple of you guys felt like they should have been doing, is running the football with David Montgomery and work off of the play action. Then it's what they've been doing all game, and it's been working so far, even against this poor New York Giants team. Again, not understanding why we want to stray away from what works, but that's typically our MO with this head coach. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. Hall of Fame football coach and broadcasting icon John Madden has passed away at the age of 85. Madden was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 years. He led the franchise to a Super Bowl title following the 1976 season. He then moved into broadcasting, where he covered 11 Super Bowls for all 4 major TV networks over 30 years. Bob Costas on the legacy that Madden leaves.
He affected everything. The way games were produced, the way they were directed, and the way other broadcasters, play-by-play men and analysts both, prepared. It was not standard procedure until John came along to have a scheduled meeting with the head coach and with maybe the quarterback and several other key players the day before the game. It was sort of just catch as catch can. And John said no.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
You need to shop Kohl's right now. I mean, they have so many deals. I got 60% off holiday decor, so I'm set for next year. Fleece for under $20 and 60% off bedding. Even better, I used the Kohl's cash I earned from my holiday shopping and got it all in less than an hour with free store pickup. Who's ready to ring in the savings? Select styles ends December 31st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend.
We're on the bus outside the Pontiac Silverdome getting ready to broadcast the traditional Thanksgiving Day game between the Lions and the Bears this year. And John, as you think about all the people around the country sitting down to enjoy Thanksgiving with their friends and their families, we're here with our friends and our family, and we indeed have a lot to be thankful for.
Well, I think 17 years together, 17 great years, and to me, there's nothing better. There's no place that I would rather be today on Thanksgiving than right here, right now at a football game. And there's just certain things that go together. You know, the turkey, the family, the tradition, football, and we have it all today. And we have the whole tradition of the National Football League. You know, I carry a picture of Red Grange around, and I look at this and I think the first Thanksgiving Day game ever played was here in Detroit, the Chicago Bears at Detroit, and Red Grange was in that game. And I think when you have that, when you have Red Grange and you have turkey and stuffing and dumplings and football and the Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions, I don't think it gets any better than this.
Well, there's one other great thing that both of us have to be thankful for, and that is we're both in good health. I look forward to another 17 great years. Right now, we're going to head inside to the booth to get ready to broadcast today's game. And today, as you watch the contest, you'll get a chance to see arguably one of the best runners ever to play pro football, Barry Sanders. So while we head inside, you get ready to watch Barry at his best.
Welcome back to the game. Bears up 29-3 over the New York Giants. As you saw, just a little tribute to John Madden. I used to love those Thanksgiving days, just listening to Pat and John talk football, and then obviously the turducken and the whole festivity was just an awesome thing. As Andy Dalton is under center now, Khalil Herbert is the lone back. It's going to be a quick pass out to Demir Bird. I don't think Demir caught that ball. It looked to be on the ground. And I think it's going to be an incomplete catch. Let's see it again on the replay. Maybe not. Maybe he got that hand underneath it. I need to see on the opposite side. It's going to be 3rd and 7 for the Chicago Bears. 13:30 on the clock. So I guess they ruling it an incomplete catch or incomplete pass. Excuse me. Incomplete catch. 13:30 on the clock. 3rd and 7. Empty set. 2 receivers to the top of the screen. 3 receivers to the bottom. Andy looking to his left, throwing across on a slant to Allen Robinson. Across the middle of the field, Allen Robinson with a big gain. Looks to be about 15 yards on the pass. Allen Robinson having a nice game so far. Allen Robinson real quiet as of late. Maybe he's trying to play for another contract somewhere else. I mean, maybe he's trying to show up here late. Allen Robinson hasn't had a really good season so far. And we only have 2 weeks left. So Allen, obviously a frustrating year for him. He's the man in motion now. Heavy set for the Bears. Going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He tries to get off the left side, and he's bottled up by the New York Giants. Nowhere to go for David Montgomery. He's tackled on the play. 2nd and 9 for the Bears. Under 13 minutes to go in the game. And this one, if you're a Giants fan, can't come to an end soon enough. Talk about trying to put a team out of its misery. This has been very, very bad for the New York Giants. They, second pass attempt was attempted here in the fourth or late in the third quarter. First pass attempt was attempted in the first quarter. So that just goes to show you how bad it's gone for this Giants offense. As Andy Dalton play fake, gets that ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 9. There is a flag on the play with 12:01 left in the ball game. Let's see what the flag is. It looks like it's going to be on the Giants as first initiated by the official. They're in the huddle now. Let's see what they rule as they try to get some of the Giants players out of the way. I guess they're not going to rule pass interference because the ball was tipped. So no pass interference on the play. 3rd and 9 for the Chicago Bears. Andy Dalton doesn't seem to be happy with the ruling as the Bears huddle up again. David Montgomery on the football field. Allen Robinson, Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney out there as well. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 2 to the top. Montgomery to the right of Andy Dalton. Here's the snap. Andy looking to his left. Now looking back to his right. Andy trying to evade pressure, and he's sacked. Oh, where's the flag? Oh, my God. Huge sack on Andy Dalton, but what about the second guy? Like, the second guy didn't have to go ahead and wrench his neck while he was on the fucking ground. Let's check it out again. Look, Andy gets sacked, and here comes 59. I guess he let him go at the end. It looked worse initially from that backside. It looked like he was trying to fold Andy over. As you see, Jalen Smith. Oh, that was Jalen Smith. Okay, Jalen Smith kind of bounced around, went from Dallas to Green Bay to the New York Giants, and there's a flag on the play. See what the flag is. That will move the Bears back, a snap infraction on the Chicago Bears. So they'll push them back. Bears getting ready to punt. Pat Scales. You don't really call his name. I mean, what are you gonna do? Be mad at Pat unless he screws up a snap like that, or if he screws up one, like if he sails it over his head, I wouldn't be upset with him about. But Pat Scales, you don't really call his name much. Pat O'Donnell finally with a nice punt, and he gets him in the 1. Oh, Deion Bush not able to get down there, or else he could have pinned them down at the 1-yard line. Giants will be taking over at the 20-yard line when we come back. It's been an ugly game for New York, an ugly game to say the least. You have Philadelphia taking the lead over the Washington football team, 17-16. Baltimore leads 16-14 over the LA Rams. Jets still holding on to that 7-point lead, 24-17 over the Bucks. Tennessee 17, Miami 3, New England 44, Jacksonville 3, Indianapolis 17. Oh, excuse me. Las Vegas 20, Indy 17. I guess they had lost the lead there. KC 28, Cincinnati 24, Buffalo 22, Atlanta 15. Looking at some of the team stats here. The Bears looking, we might have to refresh that. I don't think that's correct. Yet the Bears doing whatever they want, really, with this Giants team. I mean, they pretty much are coasting. They've coasted since the first quarter, I want to say. I mean, the Bears look like they want to strike, but it seems to me like the Giants look like they just want to get back home or wherever they're going next week, get back home, finish off the season and then figure out what they want to do with those 2 draft picks. But this one has been bad. Yeah, here we go. Here's the updated totals. Total yards for the Bears, 239 yards to 106 of the Giants, 162 passing yards to minus 11 for the New York Giants. Giants lead in rushing yards. I mean, that's all they've been doing most of the day, 117 to 77. And yeah, it's just been that type of a ball game. If you're in New York, the Bears improved their third down efficiency a little bit. They've also taken the lead in time of possession, but it's one to forget if you're a Bears fan and if you're a Giants fan alike. I feel like both fan bases can forget this one. Both fan bases can just go ahead and know that they played this game, but try to forget everything about it. Just an ugly one. Good things for the Bears. I mean, we haven't seen Robert Quinn get his sack yet. He's right there, as I call his name. Robert Quinn looking for the single season sack record, replacing Richard Dent. He needs one more. Let's see if he gets it here. Robert Quinn fighting the inside, and he gets bullied down on the play. Good hit on the play. Surprised they didn't call a penalty, but good hit. Eddie Jackson hitting that guy out of bounds. Well, he was in bounds. He was able to hit the receiver at the point of attack, or at the meeting point. Deshaun Gibson with the interception, as you've seen. Then you had another fumble by Glennon. Deshaun Gibson was Travis Gibson, Travis Gibson that was in on that one. Let's see if Robert Quinn could get this sack, and he's going to almost get there. Almost get to Mike Glennon. Mike Glennon's going to have to scramble. Mike Glennon's going to pick up a first down. There's going to be a flag on the play. Let's see if it's a hold. What are they going to call here? I think it's going to be on the Bears for the hold. New England put up 50 points in today's game. It's illegal contact for the Chicago Bears. We're going to add that to the end of the run. It's going to be a first down for Glennon and the Giants. 10:24 left in the ball game. Giants at midfield. Sean Desai's defense doing a good job today. Way better than I thought they were gonna do. They've been playing a little bit more motivated in recent weeks. You wish that this turnover explosion would have happened in some other games, especially against tougher opponents. You've had opportunities in multiple games to do so, just coming up short in a bunch of them. Haven't come up short here today. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Booker to the right of Glennon. 1 receiver to the bottom. It's going to be a handoff to Booker, and he's going to pick up what looks like he's still churning, still getting pushed. And Booker, Bilal Nichols comes out with the football, but they blew him dead well before that ball came out. 29-3 Bears lead. Under 10 minutes now in this ball game. 2nd and 6. Glennon looking to his right, dumping over. It's going to be a screen, and it well read by Roquan Smith. Roquan Smith pretty much sat there right next to the running back the entire time. Got past the blockers, didn't get swallowed up, made the play. Good play by Roquan Smith. 3rd and 9 for the New York Giants. You had a great play by Roquan right there. You have 2 receivers to the top of the screen. Evan Ingram is lined up pretty much like in a wing spot. You have a running back there. Booker to the left of Glennon. 1 receiver to the bottom. Glennon looking to his right. Now throwing to his right. And that ball is dropped. It was thrown behind Evan Ingram. It's going to be 4th and 9 for the Giants. As it looks like this team is just grasping at straws, anything to find some success in today's game. 4th and 9. Mike Glennon walks up to the line, now moves back into shotgun. 3 receivers at the top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. Booker in at a wing spot. Now he's blocking. Now he leaks out. It's going to be a sack, and it's going to be... They're going to give the sack to Bruce Irvin. It's going to be Bruce Irvin's sack. Let's see if they give half to Robert Quinn. There's going to be a flag on the play as well. And it'll be a hold on the defense, Alec Ogletree, number 54, giving the Giants an automatic first down after the 5 yards. Alec Ogletree with the hold. Let's check it out. And right there on Kyle Rudolph. It's real close, but it was there. I guess if you're watching for it, it's there. You got bunched to the top of the screen. One running back to the right of Glennon. You got a receiver at the bottom. Here comes the pressure. Here comes, and he got it. He got it. He got a sack. He got the sack. Robert Quinn is a single season sack leader for the Chicago Bears. He did it. Robert Quinn gets the sack and the fumble. Well, forced fumble. He forces the fumble and gets the sack, breaking Richard Dent's sack record. 18 sacks for Robert Quinn. Good for him. If you're looking for anything to be proud of Robert Quinn's season. He's given all he has. He's bounced back from all the shit talkers who thought he was a bum, who thought he was a horrible free agent signing. Worked through all the injuries. Robert Quinn, well-deserved, hard work. Robert Quinn kicking ass all season long, deserves it. Congratulations to him. He is now the Chicago Bears single season sack holder with 18 sacks. You still got 8 minutes left in this ball game, and you got a whole week left to play with the Minnesota Vikings next week. As you see, Virginia McCaskey up there. You got Robert Quinn. Let's see if he can get another one here. 2nd and 17 for the Giants. It's going to be a handoff to Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley trying to find a hole. He does so and weaves his way up for maybe a gain of 7. Maybe he gets a sack yardage back. 3rd down. You got Cincinnati and KC. And look at that. Cincinnati coming all the way back. They're up 31-28 over the Kansas City Chiefs. A good one in Cincinnati as you got the snap. Mike Glennon looking. It's going to be a screen. Oh, just thrown way too hard towards Saquon Barkley. It's going to be 4th and 10 now. Congratulations again to Robert Quinn. 18 sacks. It's been honestly, it's been the only thing us as Bears fans can, really be proud of this season. Robert Quinn giving his all, even though, you're down, you're down another edge rusher in Khalil Mack, somebody who I thought would have freed you up, but it appears Robert Quinn just makes his own, generates his own pressure, doesn't need help from nobody. Your team hasn't been good. Just a great job by Robert Quinn, and that ball is sailed over the head of Kyle Rudolph, and the Bears will take over on downs. 7:21 left in this ball game. 1st and 10, Chicago. Mike Glennon, just a terrible, terrible day. One to forget for him. One to forget for this entire team in New York. I remember certain Bears games that have gotten this bad. I really do. Man, I just never been on the other opposite. Like, just seeing it from this perspective, from my perspective, looking at how bad the Giants are and remembering that the Bears can be just as bad. you kind of feel for him. You sympathize with what's going on because the Bears have had those same issues. Marshawn, congrats to Robert Quinn for the new sack. Yep, definitely well deserved. Congratulations to him. Thank you for tuning in again, Marshawn. It's that's the only thing we've been really looking forward to is like, can Robert Quinn get the sack record? It's I know it's not the Super Bowl by any means, but it makes you feel good, especially for Robert and what he's gone through as far as the injuries are concerned, and as far as the ridicule he's generated online. Great season all around. You can't say anything much more about Robert Quinn. The New York Giants, on the other hand, let's just get these guys out of here. Philadelphia 20, Washington 16. You got Baltimore 19, LA Rams 14. The Jets are only up 4 now, 24-20 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tennessee 24, Miami 3. 50-10, New England over Jacksonville. 17-20, Indianapolis is down to the Las Vegas Raiders. Kansas City, like I had mentioned before, they just lost the lead. They're losing now 31-28 over to the Cincinnati Bengals. Buffalo 29, Atlanta 15. So it looks like Buffalo might be able to hold on there against Atlanta. It was a weird game. They had a sack. We had a sack in this one. They had a sack in that one as well. So a weird day. It's been a rough day for the New York Giants. Jay Feely is in the booth watching this game. I don't know. Some guys, you got to have some type of pride here. If you're Jay Feely, you kicked for this team, you played for this team. You're watching this team get their asses kicked by the Chicago Bears, and there's not very much to say. We talked about Dave Gettleman earlier. He hasn't been good for this team. We talked about Ryan Pace and them having that parallel as David Montgomery runs up the gut for a gain of about 4 yards. You have those two guys, and it's like, man, I could sympathize. I understand where the frustration lies as far as the fan base is concerned. But this one is more than embarrassing. This one, to be honest, this one should be 43. It should be a New England type of blowout that they got going against Jacksonville. That's what I think. I think the Bears should have over 30 points, well on their way to 40 points. Even with a field goal on this drive, the Bears, good game. Going to go ahead and coast. Me, if I were the Bears, you don't have any really room to coast. I would go ahead and try to get a first down here and try to score some type of points. Don't just like pack it all in. Like, yeah, we're gonna end this. You got 1 week. Like, these are 6 minutes left. This is the second to last fourth quarter you're gonna play in. I wouldn't just pack it in. I would try to at least get as many big plays as I can before the season's wrapped up. It is conservative, but you're at 6 minutes now. I don't think the Giants are going to come back at all. That first interception by Andy Dalton, that one kind of worried me, but then you just kind of realize that the Giants are that shitty of a team and you don't have anything to worry about. The Bears try to run the clock out. 29-3. They're going to be content with putting the ball back to the Giants. Armando is going to be right. Armando, they're not going to score 30 points in this ball game, which is wild. Like, I can't believe it, man. Like, I don't think they're going to do it unless there's a fumble recovery or a pick six, which would still not be accredited to the offense. We'll see what happens. They're going to send everybody here for the Giants. And it was close, but that punt is downed by Thomas Graham Jr. at, looks like, the 25-yard line. And the Giants will take over. Just under 5 minutes left to go in this ball game. It's been an interesting game, to say the least. Bears coming out big to start the game. Travis Gibson with that strip sack fumble. And you had the interception by Tashawn Gibson. Bears just in a blink of an eye, I'm not used to it. You're not used to it. Bears in a blink of an eye up 14-0. And that was pretty much all she wrote. The Giants pretty much packed it in. After that, there was like 24 straight runs or something to that effect by the Giants. 24 straight runs. And then you had, finally, you had another passing attempt late in the third quarter. Just a white flag type of game. I felt like for the New York Giants, they were just they showed up. They were in uniform. There was players in uniform, but they weren't really playing. Like it was just kind of a emotionless football for the New York Giants. You got a third down here, just winding down the clock. Approaching 4 minutes left. 3rd and 4. See Saquon Barkley coming back onto the football field. Now under 4 minutes, the Giants break the huddle. Galladay at the top of the screen. St. Rita product. You got Saquon to the right of Glennon. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. 3rd and 4. Glennon gets a snap, looking to his left, throwing over the middle of the field. That ball's interception by Deion Bush. Deion Bush is running. Is Deion Bush going to get into the end zone? No, he is not. No, he is not. But Deion Bush is going to get down out across the 30. Bears set up yet again in good field position for the offense. Deion Bush coming up with a pick. It's been that type of game for the Chicago defense. Very opportune. Right where you need to be. That ball looked like it didn't come out well. I don't know if it was tipped or his arm was hit or what, but that ball didn't come out well at all. No, that ball was just an ugly ass pass. It was just an ugly pass, and Deion Bush stepped up and and picked that ball. 4 turnovers for the Chicago Bears as they go in a heavy set here. David Montgomery, the lone back, 1 receiver at the top of the screen. David Montgomery cutting up field for a gain of about 3 yards. 2nd down now for the Chicago Bears as they milk this clock for all it's worth. And that's going to be pretty much it. Bears are going to come out of here with a victory. Matt Nagy's going to have one last victory at Soldier Field as head football coach of the Chicago Bears. Deion Bush with a nice interception there, just stepping in front of Mike Glennon. Andy Dalton under center, 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. You have David Montgomery with another run, gain of about 3 yards on the play. So it's going to be 3rd and 4 for Chicago. I would imagine they would line up again and hand the ball off to David. Just keep milking this clock. You got about a 2-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. So you're going to have to get this ball off or take a penalty. Yeah, about 2-second differential. 3rd and 4. Bears line up. Andy Dalton under center. A-Rob, the lone receiver at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be a handoff to David. He cuts back and he's stopped. Oh, no, he stopped initially, breaks 1 tackle, and he tries to break another, but is unable to. And he gets stopped for no gain. That's 4th down for the Bears. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. This is all but done, folks. David Montgomery trying to fight off tacklers and get the 1st down, but it's all but over. 2 minutes left to go in the ball game. You got a tie ball game, Cincinnati with the football, but it's tied 31-31 with 4:21 left to go in that one. I hope CBS goes to that ball game as soon as this is over. That seems to be the more interesting one at this point. Trust me, I'm glad they didn't go ahead and cut it out during the broadcast. That would have been a real shitty way to end my broadcast for me. with the Bears being cut. But nonetheless, Bears going to win this game 29-3. Well, pending 29-3 because they are in the red zone. I don't know whether they're going to go ahead and try to go for the points or just try to be nice guys and save the Giants' face, because right now the Giants just look like an embarrassment. The Giants look worse than the Bears, and that's like, I mean, that's hard to do. That's hard to do. They look absolutely terrible. And I know they're down a lot of guys, a lot of injuries. But even with, Daniel Jones, even with some guys being healthy, they weren't that good of a team. Even then, they weren't that good of a team. Bears aren't that good of a team. I think the Bears are, a few injuries from being that, especially if they didn't have a Nick Foles, or if they had a Mike Glennon at quarterback, I think the Bears are there. I think if it wasn't a Nick Foles, if it wasn't an Andy Dalton, I think this season gets a lot worse. I think Justin doesn't get better. I feel like Justin's communication with, those two other quarterbacks, those two veteran guys, I think that has helped tremendously. Now, the communication with the head coach, I doubt that's helped at all. I feel like the conversations amongst players, amongst quarterbacks, helps Justin more than it would, more than him talking to his head coach. I need, I just need to be thankful that we don't have a Mike Glennon back there at quarterback. As you see, David Montgomery on 4th and 4 in Wildcat. Motion man. You got 2 men in motion. They're just going to draw him off sides. They're going to take the snap. David looking, and it's going to be a jump pass to David, and he throws an interception, and this ball's going to be returned. And that ball intercepted David Montgomery. I told you guys before, I'd mentioned this before about that Wildcat, and nobody's afraid of David Montgomery's arm. I mean, even with the jump pass, it wasn't good. Interception at the goal line. I felt like he should have took off. There, or at least set his feet and just thrown it to the end zone. Like he tried to jump and put some air underneath it. Just a dumbass play. Just a dumb play. Like in my eyes, just a dumbass play. Another dumbass play as Matt Nagy is smiling from ear to ear with yet another play of his that was not executed at all. Still happy about it though. At least they tried, right, Matt? As the Giants take over, 1st and 10. Just I can't say they're lucky they're winning this game. That's all I can say. They're fucking lucky they're winning this game. Otherwise, I'd be all over that shit. And I should be all over that. To be honest, like that's just a dumbass play. I feel like if you're gonna go for it again, you put your quarterback out there. You have the threat of the run, and you have a legit threat of a pass. It's just dumb. Just dumb. Whatever. Bears aren't going to score 30 points today. They will not get to 30 points. Armando was right. There you go. Where is he at? There he is. Nagy being Nagy, Michon. Yeah, definitely. Nagy being Nagy. Just a dumbass play, unnecessary. Look, running up the score is one thing, right? If you're going to go for it on 4th down, you mean to run up the score. Why not really go after it? Why not just, hey, all right, I'm going to line my guy up. You're going to line your guys up. Let's go at it, see if we can pick up this for 1st and 4. You go for a trick play. Your trick plays never work. That's why our red zone offense is atrocious. We score no points in the red zone, period. Your decision-making in the red zone is just piss poor, and it continues to be piss poor. Matt Nagy going to get hopefully what is his final victory here at Soldier Field. New York Giants were never in the ball game. 29-3, Bears lead over the Giants, and that's it. That's the final. Bears win 29-3 over the New York Giants. It was a massacre, to say the least. The Giants were never in it, as you get a weird embrace by Joe Judge and Matt Nagy. two coaches that are probably going to be fired at the end of the year. And they do. The NFL did jump to the Cincinnati Kansas City game. So you got bonus coverage of that. That's good. Yeah, I'm it's a nothing win. It's a emotionless win, in my opinion. You might have some things you could, individually be proud of. Like I'd mentioned, Robert Quinn is something we all should be proud of. Robert Quinn, amidst a disastrous season, having one for the record books, literally, and he becomes the single season sack holder for the Chicago Bears. Happy for him. Happy that the team got the victory. Happy that the defense finally found a way to get interceptions, even though, like I had mentioned before, you're dealing with a very, very, very poor New York Giants team. Nonetheless, win is a win. 29-3, Bears get the victory. They beat the New York Giants. I'm happy because, like I said, I'm not a Giant guy. Not that like I'm a fan of anybody else. It's just something about the Giants that I don't really care for. So I'm happy with the victory, the humbling victory over the New York Giants. But when you look at it as a whole, like we'd mentioned before, like the Bears talk about, it's just not good. It doesn't sit well with you. It doesn't sit well with me. We get the victory, but we're going nowhere. We get the victory, but there's no real promise for next week. After next week, that's it. After next week, that's it. So there's no real, prize to be won anymore. You have the decisions to be made in ensuing weeks. I'm looking to that. I'm happy they got the win. I hope they beat the Vikings next week. But I just can't wait to get out of this season, get to the offseason, start looking at guys that we could draft in the second round and later after we get out of that first round. Start looking for guys that could plug holes in free agency. But the biggest one is start looking for a coach that knows what the hell he's doing. Start looking for guys that know what the hell they're doing. Start showing the urgency that the Bulls have shown, that the Cubs have shown, that the Sox have shown, that every other team in this city has shown. But you show that same type of urgency and don't just be looked at to as the bourgeoisie of the Midwest, because that's kind of what the McCaskies are. They're just Midwestern royalty sitting up there and just taking in all the prizes. There's nothing that's good out on that football field whatsoever. They beat a bad team. They were able to execute against a bad team that wasn't able to execute against them. So again, guys, take the win for what it is, but know and don't be fooled by this front office. Don't be fooled by this coaching staff. Listen to what they say from here on out. Listen to how they address what's going to happen and what's going on these next 2 weeks. Because right now, to me, it just seems like there's not enough focus on what's going to happen next season. It just seems to me like they're being way too hush-hush with what their next move is. Next Sunday will be Nagy's last game as a head coach of the Chicago. Yeah, I hope so, Michon. Like, thinking about it, back in 19, I was hopeful. And then after that Denver game, after the Charger game, and I could keep going on, you were just like, yeah, this isn't it. Yeah, this isn't the guy. Yeah, this can't be the way that they build their football team. And it has been. It has been. It's been just that. I'm looking forward to the future. I really am looking forward to the future. I think we have some weapons. I think we need to continue to add guys. Definitely continue to add guys. I'm leaning more nowadays towards offensive linemen in the draft. I did not hear about Antonio Brown. What happened to Antonio Brown again? I did not hear about Antonio Brown. But I'm sure it's nothing that I'm going to be surprised about. See, Antonio Brown, what happened? I did not You want to help me out here, Josh, or are we just going to speculate about what happened in our minds? Anyway, like I said, look for a coach that is going to command respect. Look for the coach that's going to go ahead and make the tough decisions. Make the tough decisions and be able to go ahead and step up and pretty much tell you to your face that you're wrong. You need somebody to tell you that you're wrong. He left the field. Really? Took his pads off and his shirt, walked across the field and left? Wow. He should never play in the NFL again. If he did that, he should never play in the NFL again. They should cut him today. He should just be cut. If he did that because they lost, is that what it is? Are they losing? Yeah, they were losing when I saw it. They're winning now. They're up 28-24. Am I wrong? Is this not? There's videos. Wow. Wow. Antonio Brown trying to lose his job again. It's just unbelievable, that guy. Unbelievable, that guy. Don't put him on my team. Don't bring Antonio Browns onto this football team. I'll tell you that much. If you're the Chicago Bears, Antonio Brown is the last player you should be bringing on to this football team. Trust me. 29-3. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I'm really hungry. Let me see what it says. Saw this tweet. Antonio Brown needed 8 more catches to unlock 333 bonus. He also needed 55 receiving yards. Oh, so he was mad he didn't. Oh, that's why. So Antonio Brown throws a hissy fit because he didn't get his catches, because they didn't get him his catches. Like they were supposed to force him the football during this. Like, come on, Antonio. You're losing the football game right now. They're trying to beat the New York Jets. You're worried about that? Come on, dog. You should have been better with your money. That's all I got to say. You should have been better with your money. Like if you haven't been able to put a nest egg away with what you've made so far, dog, what have you been doing with your money, man? You're hoping for incentives? Unbelievable. I'm going to get out of here. I can't believe that. I'm going to get out of here, guys. It's been just a fun couple 4 hours. Giants got their ass kicked. The Bears are still who we thought they were. So don't get it twisted. But they did come up with the victory today, 29-6. I'm going to get out of here, guys. I'm Ivan Vargas. I will see you guys tomorrow for Sean and Maya in the morning. Sean and I will be talking about this Bears victory. It is a victory Monday. We'll be also talking about how Armando predicted the Bears will not get to 30 points when they had 29 to go in the third quarter, 29 points in a third quarter, or excuse me, in like 5 minutes in a whole fourth quarter to go. We'll talk about that as well. And then we'll talk about what's the move, because it's one more week. This is it. We got one more week left of football as far as Chicago Bears are concerned. You know, what do you want the team to do? You want the team to lay down? You want the team to fight? What is there to be happy about come next week, other than Matt Nagy might be fired after the game? What are we looking for? We looking for Justin to get back on the football field? We looking for the Bears just to say, you know, leave him on the shelf for next year? What are we looking for? What's there to be had in this next week? Hopefully it's knocking the Vikings out of the playoffs, because I would love that. That would be lovely for me. But anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'm Ivan Vargas. This has been the Barely Pregame Show, Barely Live. And also you had that bonus coverage with Sean and I talking Bears and Giants earlier this week. Till tomorrow, guys. Peace.
Yeah, then we got the turkey. You know, we already got the thing cooked. There's Willie Yarbrough. He's bringing the last thing. Well, look. We got pies and we got, you know, yams and vegetables, and then we got
turkey.
Look at the size of this turkey. Now there is a turkey. You know, we got some legs on there. I mean, here's a leg. Then we got 3 here. We got 3 here. So I tell you, that turkey needs that many legs or they break their legs falling over.
Flag on the play. That turkey's been in the weight room.
I know it. Well, you know, there was a story I read that what happens is sometimes turkeys are getting so big in here so that they have, you know, so much in the, in that part of the meat that they were breaking their legs, and they only had 4 legs, and the 4 legs couldn't hold them. So any turkey that gets this big needs 8 legs.
Ball start.
Where did you read that story?
5 yards, repeat first down.
I think it was in USA Today, I think, the other day, and about the turkeys.
The Nation's newspaper.
So big, they're getting so big that their legs can't hold.